Okay. And hi.
Hello.
All right. I think maybe everything might be working.
Looks
maybe.
good.
On my end, everyone is definitely frozen, but I'd love to believe we're all moving in real time.
We're frozen now.
Yeah, we.
We're audible, and that's what counts.
Sometimes it takes a minute.
I'm going to meet Streamlabs behind Denny's. I'm going to go find a Denny's, meet Streamlabs behind the Denny's, and just beat the fuck out of it. Anyway.
I put my money on you.
Thank you. You should. I'm angry.
Someday Liz will switch over to OBS.
Well, you have a lot of faith in me and the things I've said in. Wow. Let me start my captions because we are good streamers in this household.
Facts.
At least we're all in like decent poses for this freeze frame.
Is it still frozen?
Yeah.
I look like
Violence.
someone just farted in an elevator.
Yeah. Yeah,
and you're trying to get out of frame.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, I guess this is how my day is going to.
I look like I'm starting to side-eye someone who farted in an elevator.
There you go.
We unfroze?
Yes. I just smell the fart face is now gone.
Wonderful.
Yeah, we're moving.
Okay, if it freezes again, stop, because I might have figured out the problem, maybe.
Okay, well, I'm gonna be looking not at that.
Okay. First of all, I want to say hi, everyone. Welcome. I'm excited to be back. I'm feeling a lot more alive this week, which is always exciting. First of all, before we jump in, I have some things I want to kind of tease because I'm excited. For October, I'm going to be organizing a Halloween-themed D&D campaign for charity. Not announcing who the players are yet, but you will see that from me very, very soon. And I'm very excited. It's going to be a 5e homebrew adventure that I wrote myself, themed around classic horror, and we're going to have a blast with it. Yes. Also, another thing, because I always forget to plug it, we do have a Chaos Bar, which I'm going to manually update right now, because I've been keeping a tab. But we do have a Chaos Bar. If you like what we do and you'd like to cause problems on purpose, you can donate to the Ko-Fi while we're live and fill up the bar. And when the bar is filled, I will roll a dice and we will determine something completely random that happens. Just chaos everywhere. I'm very excited for that because I have some fun things on that list and they don't know what it is, which always makes it more fun because I get to watch them be nervous. Where's the bar?
Right.
You should be.
That's my base stat is nervous.
Good.
Nervousness, 20.
Excellent. Okay, hold on. Can I...
Proficiency and nervousness plus 10.
I feel like would a proficiency in nervousness would actually mean a negative wisdom stat, or not?
Well, I
like,
don't think
the
so,
lower it
because
is, the better it is. Technically, like golf.
Adine had anxiety attack rolls, and she had high wisdom,
That is true. That is true.
which is hilarious to me.
Nice. Okay, I'm gonna figure
I
out
love Adam in
why
this house.
this doesn't upload after, like why it doesn't update after stream. That's not a problem for me right now. But I will be keeping track of it, so anybody who does want to add to the bar, it will be acknowledged. The bar just won't update for this stream. Next stream, we'll have that online. So, with that being said, I think we're ready to jump back in. Yeah, so, a quick recap of last time we finally set foot within the reef. Our party, after some fun shenanigans during travel, we landed at a relatively, I guess, mid-sized island. Not very large, but very barren, with the exception of this scraggly, bending, weaving tower of living coral that stretches up as far as the eye can see beyond the clouds. The clouds actually kind of swirl and cling up in the higher reaches to it as it pierces through that level. And little spires of coral peek out of the water as you approach this mound of sand. And we went inside. We passed through a floor of entirely water, just filled with water. And in this room there was a chest with a sort of spiral marking on it, and the party opened it to discover a shrieking, sunken figure that looked like it once was of the merfolk family. And rather than stick to their immediate instincts to stab, some treacherous conversation led to the understanding that this creature was Nyreen, Casper's kind of fiance from his past. Which was always fun. It's always fun when drama reappears. And the party decided to help her, and everybody came together to help her. You were able to restore her back to her youth, which she said she was stolen from her by someone whose name she could not speak. All you know is she. And that whoever this she is this is her power is great and apparently knows no bounds. So much so that even once freed, her prisoners would not speak of her. After freeing Nyreen, who you decided to let go, so Nyreen did leave, you progressed upward into another chamber, this one much taller than the first. There is a tree, like an oak tree, in the very center of this room whose roots wind down beneath the coral, and the coral kind of intertwines into it. And this tree is made of dead coral. Like, it appears as a tree, but to the texture, it almost looks like it's made of plaster. Like, it's a tree and it's not. And the farthest branches reach up over a spiral staircase that clings to the wall and keeps going up and up and up. And you started trekking up the stairs after... Actually, no, sorry. Let's back up a second. Approaching the tree, Tide, in the form of an owl, decided to peek into... There's like a little knot hole on this tree. And you peeked into it and we made a friend. And you also, unfortunately, were petrified as contact with the tree turned you into a solid statue. But you did meet little Wesley, who is a tiny ghost crab. He's baby. He is baby. And after Tide was restored to full back to life, quote unquote, by Tessa, you decided to take Wesley with you, and then proceeded up the stairs. And heading up the stairs, Raven, you accidentally brushed into one of the boughs that were hanging up over this staircase, and also, although a bit slower, the same thing that had happened to Tide happened to you. Your body solidified in a matter of seconds. Tessa was once again able to help you, and you noticed that it did take a toll on her once she did. You progress upwards onto the next floor. In this room, you found a pedestal made of just simple kind of smooth stone, with a beveled sort of exterior, and there was a sort of like little cutouts on every side where you could like stick something in on every side. It was a pretty small, barren room, and in this room, this pedestal said, "Water is the key to life," down the sides of it. And after some tests involving canteens and shape water, Renori decided to stick her hand within the gap of the pedestal and was immediately rewarded with a spike through her hand. And as her blood ran in perfect symmetry down the edges of the pedestal, the inscription shifted to reveal, "Water is not the key to life, but blood is." And with that, a tiny sapling set within the top of this pedestal sprouted in monstrous proportions, slamming into the walls around everyone and forming a living staircase curving up to the next floor. And we reunite here, not having yet gone up that staircase, but everyone very rattled and a little tired decided to take a short rest and just kind of catch your bearings for a second. Renori, Tessa had healed the injury in your hand last time using sort of the same trick that she had used to restore Tide back to his former self, where she had summoned light from within her and yes, I know, DM using adjectives, I'm good at this. Your hand was healed, and you kind of are, we come back to you in Casper's arms because you had a very hug. You had a very hug.
Very hug, yeah.
Raven, you were with Tessa, I believe. Faustus, you as well. You guys are kind of, this room was quite small, and everyone was sort of shoulder to shoulder. Tide, you had returned to your, not human, but you know what I mean, human form.
Corporeal?
Sure.
I don't know.
You're humanoid.
Fleshy?
That's worse. That is worse. Fleshy is worse. You're humanoid for Sarah, you're muted.
Yeah.
He was an owl, not a ghost.
Thank you. I'm gonna go with humanoid because I don't like the
Yeah.
implications of fleshy. And so this is where we are now. Boomstick is also kind of here. She's a little bit closer, like to the outskirts of your group. Like you're all shoulder to shoulder, leaning against this wall. She's kind of on the farther reach, but she's here.
She's been hanging back.
Yes, so now we have this staircase. You have taken a short rest. I believe everybody updated your stuff last time, but if you haven't, just make sure you look at your stuff and double check. But you do have this tree which slammed its branches into the walls around you and wove into a spiral staircase heading up to the next level.
Are we, like, touching the tree at all at this point?
No, you're not. It's just kind of curving up above your heads. It's a very narrow spiral.
Okay. Well, on Renori's account, she's just gonna, like, take some shuddering breaths to try and center herself after that experience.
Yes.
And know that the next step is to move up the steps, but she doesn't want to push that at the moment. She'll follow whoever's lead at this point, because
that was a lot, yeah. Okay, so, Faustus, how are we feeling? I haven't checked in with you in a little bit.
Well, I just watched a tree just grow out of nothing, so he's probably a little curious about that. But
Mm.
you said, uh, is there a visible way up to a higher level from here? Is there another staircase coming up?
Yeah, so the tree grew into a staircase.
That's right. That's right. I remember now.
Yeah.
Okay. Uh, I mean, we're already in a giant tower of coral. He's probably not too phased by the tree. So I think as soon as there's a staircase apparent, he just sort of looks around and everybody's like, should we onward and upward?
I'm gonna go first.
Raven, without answering, will just trudge up. She is very like, I'm so fucking sick of this coral tower. I just want to go back home, which is like the ship. So she's just like, I'm just gonna go.
Wasn't expecting to get emotional over going back home, the ship, but here we are. Okay, so I'm fine. So, you're heading up. If you head up, Tessa's probably gonna look back, first at Faustus and then the rest of you, like, are we in any shape to proceed upwards?
Renori will look at Casper and then look at Tessa and nod. I mean, there's nowhere else to go. And I have a feeling that the sooner we keep going up, the sooner we get out of here. So, might as well.
Okay. Casper kind of, you hug. So Casper kind of leans back a little bit, to like look at your face and brings his hands up to kind of like gently caress your cheeks for a second. And then he turns and he goes, yeah, I'm ready.
Renori will follow Raven's lead.
Okay. So,
Faustus as well.
Tide, how are we feeling?
Tide is gonna go up a little like trepidatiously, staying like a couple steps behind everybody, still being a little shook up from the petrification.
Okay. Okay, so you all start stepping up this staircase. It does creak and kind of dip inwards as you head up, which is not fun. But it does hold. And Raven, because you're heading up first, you're going to see the next chamber first. You step into, it's oddly shaped. Like, you can tell you've reached one of the bends of this tower. Because they're, like, the room is it's cylindrical in nature, but it starts kind of, like, shifting at layers. Like, it's almost perfectly geometrical in the way that it's crooked. And in this room, there's a branch of, like, pretty, like, what you would expect coral to actually look like, growing downwards from the ceiling and arching, like, rough fingers. And at the end of each, there's a small glowing ball of light. And you all are going to see this as well as you're coming up behind her. Like, you're all pretty close together. And in this room, so it's, how big is that? Probably like 40 feet-ish in diameter. It's pretty sizable. And there's just nothing really in here besides this one chandelier down from the ceiling. And you all come up and kind of are standing and taking this in. You hear a voice. And this voice is... Well, I'm going to let you decide what connections that you make. This voice comes to you with the sound of the waves, despite the sea level being so far below you. And you do hear it, this rushing, almost gentle, like standing by the seaside. It comes in, and riding on that wave is a female voice. And it's almost kind of musical in nature, but there's a bit of harshness to the syllables as she speaks. And she goes, well, look at you. Very few have made it this far, you know. And then you hear the, like, kind of receding of tide as you hear this voice kind of laugh and fade out into silence.
Raven is gonna look down at Wesley, who is in her mage hand still,
Mm-hmm.
and be like, "Was that your mom?"
Oh, yeah.
Yo, I love that so much.
Yeah,
She
me
says
too.
very emotionlessly.
Me too. Yeah, I know, like, she wasn't talking to me, she was, but it's nice to hear her voice. If she's not here often, but yeah. And he kind of gives you a little happy claw click.
Wesley,
Hmm?
based on, what you know about your mom,
Mm-hmm.
what did her tone just now kind of sound like to you? What, how would you interpret her feelings?
Such a good question.
And he thinks very loudly. Let's see if Wesley knows.
Oh, please no, Wesley, please. Intelligence of, like, -2 crab.
Alright. Don't insult my crab friend.
Hi,
Well,
Crispy!
Oh, is Crispy here? Hey, dude.
Hi!
Ah,
Welcome in.
crispy.
Have good lurks. So Wesley kind of like hums a little bit, and are you holding him in your hand?
My mage hand, yeah. 'Cause
Okay.
she's still like, what if I touch this man and become
Right.
this little crab man?
So he shuffles like a little bit in thought, almost like he's pacing, but crabs move side to side, so he does like a little side shuffle. Okay. Well, she didn't sound mad, which is good. But I don't know that she was super happy either. It's really weird because you like definitely touched her stuff, and she doesn't like it when people touch her stuff. But she doesn't sound mad at you? I don't know if does that help? I hope that helps. I'm trying to help.
What's mom like when she's mad?
Oh, she's super scary. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She really, like, I don't know how to, It's like, think about if somebody, like, took your stuff and then broke it and then threw away the pieces so you couldn't fix it. And you got really, really mad, right? And then they came into your house and then they broke all of your stuff. And then they just kept doing that. However mad you would be, it's like worse than that.
Okay, yeah, you're painting a very terrifying picture for us.
Oh, well, I mean,
But it's understandable. So,
I really want you guys to like her, and I really want her to like you.
Ooh.
It's been a while since anybody's visited me and stayed, and you seem really nice.
yeah, I mean, you vouching for us might be cool.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, you're my friends now. Of course I would.
Maybe sort of you going towards your mother first might be great.
Raven floats him a little like ahead of herself by a foot.
There you go. Go on. There you go.
Wesley, I know
Have a fun
you
trip.
said you said you haven't left your tree much, but this room that we're in, any thoughts? Sorry,
Just the way you said it.
I don't know what
Any
to do
thoughts?
with. I don't
Architecture?
know what to do with this room.
Death is kind of my thing. Any thoughts?
Death is kind of my thing, not this room. So
Okay, it's alright. I just thought that was hilarious. So, he does his little shuffle as he kind of takes it in. He's like, okay, well, I haven't. Well, wait. Maybe I have seen this before. Hold on. It's been a while. I was really, really small. But this room wasn't here. This room was... My tree used to be here. I remember the light. I was really, really small, and, I was really scared of the dark. And Mom noticed, and so she built that light for me. But now my tree is... I never really noticed that it moved. Huh.
Very
This
interesting.
crab has amnesia? I'm so worried about him now.
He's very small. That's all I can say. That's like under his... I literally have it written under his qualities, small.
Ooh, guys, I think we should put this little fella back in his tree house, don't you think? That's probably better. Yeah? Maybe head back downstairs and put him back in his tree,
Wait,
where he'll be nice and safe and warm.
you're leaving?
Ooh, well, we have to keep going as far as this tower goes until we find what we're looking for, so...
Oh.
Which, speaking of, GM, is there a visible continuation anywhere?
Not at
to
this
move?
point, no.
Okay.
Can
So we
I-
have got to do a thing.
Look, I'm just saying it could be dangerous, and I don't know that we should take our friend who has not left his tree much all around the tower where he could be in danger.
What's up, Tide?
Can I I guess roll for investigation to see if there's any clues as to what's coming next or what might be good. I think specifically Tide wants to know where the voice is coming from, since he doesn't see any water, but he's obviously very familiar with the sound of waves and ironically
Do
tide.
investigation for me, please. And also do Arcana.
Okay. All right, investigation. I got not a dirty 20, and Arcana is a nat 20 for 23.
Okay. Before we do that, Kristen, I'm gonna need you to step away from the gift sub button. I'm gonna need you to step away from it. Crispy and Scott, I hope you enjoyed the subs. Kristen?
I'm done.
Good. Okay. So with those really good numbers, wow. You take a look around. There's not much to this room. It's pretty similarly constructed to everywhere else you've been so far. But what does fascinate you is that coral, almost like a chandelier coming down from the ceiling. And you take a hard look at it. So a few things come to mind. First, magically, as a druid, arcane focus tends to be pretty popular in training. It's easy to channel magic through something versus trying to scrounge it from yourself, especially as a beginner. And this does resemble a pretty common arcane focus for most beginner druids of the coast and just of water-based species and studies in general. Any living objects or objects that once belonged to something living, so antlers, coral, branches, those kinds of things tend to be good for magical focus, and that does remind you of this looking at it. And the other thing, while there doesn't seem to be anything distinct about this chandelier thing in general, you do note that... How do I explain this? You do kind of... You put two and two together between the magic bit and just looking at where it is in the room and what you just heard. That likely, however this voice came to you, this thing is involved. And you do note that it is living coral, not the dead coral that you'd seen in, like, the tree, for example. So you do have, like, you're looking at it, you're kind of like, like, suspicious, and you do have that knowledge to pull from.
And we do know, because Nyreen said that water is her domain. So, like...
True.
Also my domain.
Tide Papa.
Period.
Tide, even with those wonderful rolls that I still can't
Oh
believe,
my gosh.
is not going to really understand how to verbalize this information
Okay.
to the rest of the group.
Yeah, that tracks.
He's gonna look up and be like,
What is it, Tide? What's up?
it's different. I mean, I can tell that something was wrong with the coral and the other, or like that tree. I know it was alive, but it just wasn't, and this is. I know that doesn't make any sense, but
No, you're good. That helps. Anything helps.
I'm so
Raven
sorry.
pats him on the back
Real
and
quick.
just
Well,
okay.
I'm so sorry. I accidentally hit my deafen button because I'm still getting used to the new mouse. So, Tide, can we just
rewind it back. Yeah.
thanks.
Missy Elliott style. So Tide isn't gonna know how to verbalize this correctly, even with all of the information he just received.
Mm-hmm.
So he's gonna look up and just I don't. It's different. I don't know how to explain it, but I know the tree was like alive, but it wasn't, and this is, and it's coming from that. I don't know what it is, but that's living coral.
Okay, that helps. Any information helps, Tide.
I just
Raven pats him on the back and is just like, but you can stop there before you strain something.
Oh my god.
Tide looks like a little upset.
Understandably.
Tessa.
Faust just points at Tide and says, petrified, points at Raven, petrified, points at Renori, stabbed through the hand. Okay, so this one's probably my turn. And he just walks towards the center of the room.
I appreciate you taking one for the team, Faustus. This is character growth.
I do. I love this for you. Okay. So you step towards the center of the room, so you're kind of underneath this fixture on the ceiling.
And he gets teleported away. Sorry.
No. You do, so you get I mean, everybody can see it. It's not like you can't see it, but you do get a better look at it, kind of craning your neck upwards underneath this thing. And, yeah. Coral. And at the ends of, like, the branches, like I said, there are these soft, glowing orbs of light. And, as you move to stand underneath it, this light drifts down in, like, a circle around you, like the different little globules, and they form like a small ring, kind of floating at waist level, that start to slowly circle you, and then they kind of like pass through you, which feels weird.
This is some Howl's Moving Castle, weird things dancing around Howl.
I thought I was about to get Stargate teleported, but
they pass through you and kind of come before you and then form into a humanoid figure made of light. And there's sort of like there's like a female figure, a feminine figure. And you do see like where the head forms loosely, there's just waving bits of light that come up almost like hair. And then this blank face, no real features, just the outline. Two pure white eyes open up. And the figure blinks and kind of looks over at all of you, and then stretches. And you hear that same voice that you heard speaking to you before. As the sound of, it's quiet. It's not like overbearing, but the quiet sound of rushing waves ushers in her voice. Interesting. You know, I wasn't kidding when I said no one else really made it this far. So explain. Who are you?
Just a group of
Just a group of
wannabe
adventurers
pirates.
seeking. Well, I wanted to be a pirate, and I don't know that that's really happened. But I think we're looking for something that's supposed to be here. I don't know that we expected to find anyone living here.
Okay. Not surprising.
Right.
May I also ask an introduction from you, or is that not on the table?
Well,
I think
you were
think I might know
polite,
who
so
she
I'll gift you with one. And she floats a little bit like this.
She's like to smash us as an introduction. It's like, boom.
She floats off of the ground. You see like her feet leave the ground, and then that light that's sort of resting at the top of her head kind of fades out behind her in a halo. And she goes. She says, "My name would not be intelligible to you as living creatures, but consider me somewhat of an agent of fate. And this here is..."
I know, right? That's what I think.
This here is what I like to think of as a safe haven, but not meant for those who aren't worthy. I take pride in collecting, and for those who earn it, they may view my collection and perhaps take something with them of value. But you must prove yourselves first. And so far, I'm
Raven
very
lifts-
impressed.
Raven lifts Wesley up to her mouth and is just like kind of like right here.
Uh-huh.
And it's just like, does your mom look like that normally? She's whispering
Hold on.
very low under her breath.
Hold on.
Whisper back to me. I don't want you to just respond. Normal value.
Okay, I know this isn't how crabs work, but we're operating on like a Pixar anatomy system here.
Yes.
Okay, so he opens his little mouth.
It's a talking crab.
I-
think we kind
I
of
know, but
blew
just-
anatomy out.
I need you to follow here, because that'll be the next thing. Crabs with a mouth. So follow with me. He opens his little crab mouth and then immediately shuts it when you say that. It takes a second and goes, "That's her voice, but not what she looks like."
Okay, thank you. You're very helpful.
Mhm.
And then she lowers him to like end the conversation
So
and like looks.
Mhm.
Tide reflects back on he and Raven turning to stone and kind of like shudders. What exactly do you collect?
Oh, anything really. Well, my guilty pleasure is anything having to do with adventure. I sort of fate is not something to be controlled, but I'm somewhat of an overseer, and I like, though I'm not supposed to, taking objects from quests failed, cities lost, civilizations, those sorts of things. I just love something with a story.
She's like that timekeeper from Loki that like has all the collected items all over her office. What would we need to do to prove that we are worthy to see your collection?
And she sort of floats closer and like gives you guys like a circle, like she circles around you before she's floating back up. Well, you've made it this far with a few mishaps, but you've made it. Let's how about some good old-fashioned combat?
Oh yes. Oh boy.
I'll put something in front of you. You defeat it, I'll consider you worthy. How's that sound?
Well, it is 7 against 1.
Faustus
Why
says,
would
"Well,
you
that's
remind
about
her
what
that?"
I expected." And he just like flicks a dagger out and has the dagger in his hand. It's like, that's about what I expected. So I think
Renori will have like some energy like crackling like at her hand.
The
Are you guys ready for a
drama.
fight? Do you see now why I said we should put the crab back in the tree? Do you see now?
Faustus, I think she would have appeared with the crab or without the crab. You walked under the thing, and that's what really set this off.
I'm saying we have to do a fight thing now. And
Will
there's
he
a
turn
baby-
me into stone also
baby
if
crab
she
here.
touches my person? She
Are you
asks
asking-
the
are you
glowing
asking
light
her?
person.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, he won't.
Met your son, by the way, charming boy.
She leans forward with and it's sort of like a Ponyo situation, like she's still floating and leaning down. She goes, "Hi, son," and he sort of like scuttles forward on the mage hand, and he, "Hi." Okay.
Well.
Tide is going to be desperately trying to make his 6'1", 200-pound self as small as possible because he's very uncomfortable with the situation. But fails miserably because he's a giant.
Yeah, he is very large. Okay.
I guess we're
Raven is
entering
going
into
to
combat.
tuck him into like a pocket.
Okay.
Just try your best to stay there.
Oh no! Wait, I messed up.
So
the
I
thing.
think we're
clicked on
frozen.
that. Oops. There. Yeah, I know. I was trying to reset it.
Oh.
I know. I know. I've made mistakes.
This square like Picasso of Kristen's face being taken apart and put in different places.
Oh,
It was horrifying.
I know. This
I
is.
looked at the screen at exactly the wrong time. It was only there for like 2 seconds.
Well, right now Jake is like this for me.
This. Nope.
This wonderful thing keeps happening where if I don't leave the Discord window open, my computer's like, "Oh, what are you doing? You're cheating on me."
Exist. Yeah.
I'm not going to give you a stream. So, what I'm going to figure this out. Oh, I know what I can do. Hold on. I'll just put my notes on my phone for a second. So, this feminine sort of figure starts kind of humming as she floats back closer to the ground. She goes, "Okay, well, the terms are set. You defeat what I put in front of you, and I will allow you to pass, and you will be rewarded for your bravery." And she like looks down where you've like stowed Wesley away, and she goes, "Keep him safe. I like him."
I will genuinely try my best.
Thank you. And her form dissipates back into those swirling globules, and as they float back up towards the ceiling, you hear her voice on the receding tide that accompanies her. Good luck. And then the light returns to this coral, and then is snuffed out. And then it's not quite like pitch black in here, but it is dark. I know some of you have dark vision, but you note the shift in light. And then you hear the trickling of water. And who does have dark vision? Renori, right? Raven. Okay. Tide. Okay.
Well,
Okay.
I have a question. Can I just cast dancing lights? It's a drow magic. I can cast it at will.
Yeah,
it's
sure.
a cantrip. So, 4 torch-sized lights just kind of like light up within range. They're gonna kind of be like glowing orbs that float throughout the air to kind of give us. Renori doesn't know who can or cannot see,
Right.
so it's gonna be her automatic reaction to do that for whomever cannot see.
Okay, so
Thanks for the light.
the
Raven says,
yeah.
despite being a tiefling.
Well, you can
Yeah.
we love being polite.
Well, it's not like Renori has a handbook on everyone, you know?
True. So, Tide, you can also now see in the dim light. Water is trickling down this fixture in the ceiling, and it's like fast enough where it's unsettling. Not quite a drip, but it's pretty steady. And it's just kind of pooling out onto the floor. And then there's just like a quiet, like, almost the sound of like stone grinding on stone. And Faustus, I'm going to need you to make me a dexterity saving throw, please.
While he's rolling, has
Always
it been
fortunate.
24 hours since we were in that first water tank?
No, it has not.
Mm-mm.
This is
Cool.
all same day.
So everybody has water breathings already.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
That is for a dexterity save. You said that's
Yeah.
23.
Okay, you look up at this sound, and you dodge out of the way, probably into a roll, knowing you, just as this coral fixture crashes from the ceiling and shatters onto the ground. And the water
Peep
comes.
shot! He calls out. Stagger.
The water flows in much more steadily now, like coming from an almost perfectly circular hole in the ceiling. And you see like rivulets running down. Not rivulets, that's not the word. Like almost like small waterfalls coming down. And you hear a chittering sound. And it's followed by a series of clicks. And then a claw reaches down through this hole. And it is pretty big. Full of wicked spikes. And then another follows. And this...
Is it a Boston crab?
No.
These are wicked spikes here.
Listen.
Your claws are wicked spiked.
There we go.
So sorry.
Every day I wake up. Every day.
I apologize for them.
One claw first, and then the other, and then a head comes down, and you see this green chitinous appearance, slick almost with something, and you probably don't want to find out, and two small beady eyes that sort of look down at you, and a mess of tentacles, writhing pink and just arching out away from this face, and it tilts its head down in jerky movements as these feelers peruse the air, and then there's a screech, and quicker than you'd like this thing to move, it folds, drops down like a somersault almost situation. It drops down and is facing you, and you are looking at a chool with this thing with 4 legs, with 2 forked toes on each that stands and towers well above all of you. A thrashing tail, it's almost fish-like, and
That's
sharp,
hideous.
yep,
That's-
sharp spines
Yeah,
running
I
up the
just
armor, and it like sort
Is
of
it kind of like a lobster, kind of lobsterish looking?
yeah, it's kind of lobstery.
Kind of in that family, the arthropods.
It's-
or
It's
something?
like if a lobster
And
and
a prawn had a first radioactive baby.
Yeah, like the claws aren't really where they should be,
With
and that's the worst
tentacles.
part, I think.
It's
Like
the
anatomy-wise,
Godzilla
it
version of the
bothers.
lobster.
Yeah, it bothers me. It does, and
And it's got like a flirkin mouth.
it does have a flirkin mouth.
What are you saying? What is a flirkin?
Don't worry about
Uh,
it. Don't worry about it.
Goose.
Don't. Because that might be a spoiler for anybody who hasn't seen it. So just
Oh.
yeah.
Oh,
So this thing with thundering.
Did you just look at it, Chris? Oh.
This thing takes like a few just ground shaking steps towards you. It's not that it's that
wow.
big. It is a large creature. It's just bigger compared to you. It is not of unfathomable size, but it does take these concerning steps towards you, and it shrieks. Roll initiative.
Fantastic.
okay.
Oh, I just.
I
rolled
love
one.
having a +0 initiative, by the way.
Hold your numbers. Do not tell me yet.
Okay.
I need to find a pencil. Do I have a pencil in here?
It's a good initiative, Faustus.
Yeah, I know. I was like, okay, pop off.
Is this a pencil? This is a pencil. I did it. Okay. Hold on, as I have to do it for quite a few people. Tide, tell me yours.
18.
Okay. Raven, tell me yours.
3.
Yikes. Faustus, tell me yours.
19.
Okay, Renori.
15.
Okay, and
Are we allowed to know Boomstick, Casper, and Tessa's?
yeah, sure, I'll tell you. Just let me roll them real quick. Casper got a 16. Tessa got a 9. And Boomstick got a 13.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And I have one more for our lovely special gross guest of honor. If I can find my green D20. There it is. Okay. Alright, so top of the order is going to be Faustus.
Oh boy.
And
here we
Raven
go.
take like 3 steps away from Faustus because she
I'm
just
not-
does
I'm
not
not
want
near
to
you
use
guys.
her as
No,
a...
Faustus is in
Come on,
front
here
of
you guys.
Yeah, Faustus
Okay,
is like
cool.
off to the
I dodge rolled out from underneath the chandelier, and then this chol dropped down.
yeah.
Alright, I forgot.
How far away is it from me?
Let me
Ish.
give the lay of the room really
Roughly.
quick. So hold
Yeah.
on 1 second. It is a circular room, well, cylindrical, that kind of shifts as it gets taller, but pretty consistently circular. It is 40 feet in diameter. 1 second. I'm gonna draw like a little mini map here. It's 40.
Not me drawing a map in my notes as you describe it.
Yeah, I mean that's honestly the best way to do it. So it's 40 feet in diameter. Faustus, you are. If the radius is 20 feet, you're probably like a few feet from the center. Like you're not that far off. You're pretty close to the center of the room. Everybody else is
Right.
more towards the back half. So let me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna use
And
letters.
where's the chol in relation to the center?
The it's in the perfect center of the room.
That's exactly what I'd like to hear. That
Yes.
sounds very good.
So
Okay.
I'm gonna put. Oh gosh, everybody has the same letter multiple times, which is fun. Yeah, exactly what Chris has. You guys saved me a drawing.
Yep.
So you all are towards the back of the room, mostly. Faustus, you are not quite in the center, but close, and the creature is in the dead center of the room. Okay, you are up first.
Right.
Okay. Based on the description of the lighting in the room, it sounded like we were probably in at least like dim light.
Does dancing light is
They actually cast dim light as well.
Yeah.
So they don't. It's not very heavy light.
Yeah.
So Faustus is going to just sort of lower towards the floor a little bit.
Okay.
And he just skulks behind the Chul, and then he puts his dagger down to the side, and shadows from the room just start to rush towards it, and they coalesce into a long, like 3.5-foot sword blade off the end of the sword, and then he just takes like a slash across the back of the Chul.
All right.
Which he rolls with advantage because it's in dim light.
Damn.
Shadow Blade gets advantage in dim light.
We love new features.
Okay, so that is a lot of dice.
Sarah, your face.
I'm just looking to D&D
that is
beyond.
I rolled it. I rolled it physically.
Oh.
I like the feeling of all the sneak attack dice and shit.
Yeah.
That is a 22 to hit.
Rogues are broken.
Are they broken or are they spicy?
Both.
Spicy.
Hold on one second.
Broken
what was
by
it?
their backstories.
It was a 22 to hit.
That's gonna do it.
It was a very unfortunate damage roll. But, so that is, let's see. What kind of damage does this deal again? Where are you? Psychic damage. Okay, so that is 19 psychic damage.
Okay. So you slash across the back of this creature, and you leave a streak of pure. Oh, Bella, look at the baby. You leave a streak of pure darkness across this thing's outer shell as you recede with the weapon, and it rears its head back, and you see the tentacles kind of whipping about, and it releases that ugly screech again, and kind of like staggers a little bit from the impact. Next up is Tide.
You're muted, Chris.
Yes, I am. How much water is currently in the room?
It's starting to pool like maybe an inch. It's very slow.
Okay. I am gonna do, and then sorry, another question is, for spells.
Yes.
Is the are the like claws considered weapons?
Like the claws on the creature?
Yes.
Why are you asking? Like, what are you trying to do?
One of the spells has disadvantage on the next weapon attack roll.
It's technically, for that case, no. It's like part of the creature.
That's what I figured.
Yeah.
So let me see. I'm gonna do. Frostbite.
Ooh, okay.
Which is a Constitution saving throw.
Alright. That's a 2. So, go ahead and tell me the damage.
Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Alright. 5.
Okay. So you, I don't remember what frost. Okay. So you, there you guys see like, there's a little bit of standing water in here, and from where Tide is, rivulets of frost come sort of spreading out from his feet and just zip across the surface and leaving little piles of crystals as they go. And as soon as they make contact with this creature's outer shell, it crawls up the legs, and you hear it kind of like it like rears its head back and it's like panicking because its front 2 legs are stuck, but it bucks the back 2 legs and breaks the ice, and it does not look happy. You said 5?
Yeah.
Okay. Next up is Casper, and he is going to... Is he going to be spicy? I don't know. Let's see if he's going to be spicy. I have to consult the ancient texts.
Or you were there when they were written.
I was.
Do not cite the old magic to me.
I was there.
I was there.
Was
when it was
written.
written. Did you ever watch the BBC Narnia? The really old one?
Yeah.
With the puppet Aslan, he's like,
Yeah.
oh, when he roars, because it's just a dude making
Not
roaring
the
sound.
not
Like,
the breathing though. Okay. Yeah, I think he's just gonna be non-spicy this time. So you, Casper draws his sword. He's going to move up to the creature and then slash at it. Okay, you see Casper take his blade and go for a downward strike, but the creature steps, not steps, but having just backed its back legs up, it now takes kind of a motion backwards with its front legs, and balances up and misses. His strike misses. Next up is and he's also gonna back away. Next up is Minori.
Fantastic. I am gonna cast Magic Missile at 4th level.
Okay.
So that's just instantaneous, and at 3rd level, that's 5 darts of 1d4 plus 1 damage.
Okay.
And so I'm gonna roll for damage.
Thank you. And then just give me the total.
Yep.
I am doing math, guys. I hope you're proud of me.
I'm so proud of you.
Thank you.
Total is 18.
Okay.
So it'll be 5 little darts going. Boop, 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 boop.
Okay, you concentrate the swirling, crackling energy to create these darts, and all 5 go arcing out from your fingertips, kind of swirling and curving around each other in the air, and boom, crackle into this thing's outer shell, and you actually see the little craters as the light dims that you left behind. How much was the damage again?
18.
Alrighty, thank you.
You're welcome.
Next up is going to be Boomstick, and she is going to do something fun because I love her. Okay, you see Boomstick, who Tide witnessed this. I don't think anybody else really probably noted this happening. So you just see, and it's dim light, so everybody can see pretty well, but you notice a source of light besides the dancing lights enters the room as you hear the faint sizzling of flame, and then the louder sizzling of a fuse. And arcing through the air is a small stick of dynamite, and boom, it cracks off of the creature's head and clatters to the ground by its foot, and before it has time to react, there's an explosion. Bits of coral and dust kind of float up around it as it's rocked off balance and stumbles to the side, and as you look up, you see bits of coral are now embedded into the shell, and this sickly purple liquid is leaking out of the wounds.
Oh.
And if any of you look over at her, she does a little. It's just important to me that you know that. Next up is Tessa. Yes, I can count. And Tessa is going to. What spicy things does she have in her arsenal?
She's been doing lots of healing.
She has been doing lots of healing. And I'm afraid she might start running out of spice. Okay. You know what? She's gonna be boring. You see her run up. She has a scimitar kind of strapped to her back, and you see her draw it and run up. She's gonna take a slice with that. Oh my god. She curves down as this thing is rearing back from Boomstick's explosion. She curves the scimitar down, and the timing is right. It passes through a crack in the shell, like at the joint of the leg, and there's a spurt of that gross smelling purple blood as she severs some probably important tendons. And it screeches, and you see it's now limping. It's quadrupedal, so it's kind of not happy about not having one of those legs. It's still attached, but doesn't seem to be working very well. She do be doing damage, though. Okay, and next up is going to be the creature. Not exactly thrilled about everything that's gone on. It's going to... Faustus does a 16 and a 15 hit you.
Neither one hits.
Damn.
I'm too fast.
This thing kind of stumbles and turns to face you, rears its giant pincers back and open, and tries to plunge them down, and you roll between the impacts as it splinters the coral around you. Next up is Raven.
Would anybody be stuck in a 20-foot sphere if I'm trying to include the creature in it?
Yes. Pretty much everyone.
Yeah, because 20-foot sphere is
this
radius, right?
It's radius. A sphere would...
Or diameter.
No, it's diameter.
A 20-foot
diameter.
This room is 40 feet in diameter, so that is the center of the room where you all are, basically.
Well, like, what if I try getting, like, the sphere, like...
Faustus is too close to it, where you wouldn't hit.
Cool.
You would definitely
right next to it, and then you guys are on the other side of it. So, like, to get it away from you, you put it on me. But, like, how bad is it?
Your dex save is really good, right?
My dex save is really, really good, and I take no damage if I succeed. So I'm also fine with that if you want to cast something that's a dex save.
Okay.
Just go for it. Just do it.
All right. Raven is very much like, I'm so sick of this shit. She points to the area where most people would be safe except Faustus, looks at Faustus in hopes to, like, signal something with her mind, like, you better prepare yourself for this shit. Casts Fireball.
I was waiting.
They have to...
Here we go.
They have to make a dex save throw.
All right.
Big money, no whammies.
First fireball of the campaign.
And it's not on the ship.
Is your spell save DC 27 or higher?
You just have to do a 14.
I rolled a 27, so I think
okay,
I'm
cool.
good.
Yeah, you're fine.
I take no damage because
cool.
I have evasion.
Raven, so as you point, a little spark gathers at your fingertip and it's not like sizzles out, and then there is a loud crack as flame bursts outwards where this creature is. And Faustus, as soon as you see, you went to wizard school, you are familiar. As soon as you saw that spark,
oh, she's casting fireball. How great!
And you got the hell out of dodge in time as flames engulf just this huge sphere in the middle of the room, and you feel a wave of hot air kind of expand outwards into the room. And the noise is not great. There is a low sort of sizzling, popping sound, which would be lovely if it was like actually a lobster. The smell, also not wonderful. And you see the flames kind of cling to this creature's outsides. Tell me the damage.
37?
Okay. That's terrifying. That is scary. Wow. Okay.
That is real. That's a fantastic damage roll too.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
It was amazing. I couldn't have asked for anything better.
It stumbles side to side, and Raven casting this spell, when you call on magic, you call from beyond. There's a certain satisfaction. I like to imagine Fireball with fiend warlocks being you're literally calling upon the fire of the nine hells as it flows from one realm through you and out. It does not look great. The outer shell of this thing is burned, blackened, crackling, falling off in places. The legs have sort of shriveled, and it's not really super able to walk. The pincers are still attached, but moving very slow and jerky. What tentacles haven't been singed completely off are blackened completely. And a couple of them are still on fire. And, yeah, that was excellent. Awesome. Faustus, top of the round.
It's an old classic. Reposition behind him. That is a 25 to hit.
Okay. How do you want to do this?
A much better damage roll than last time.
How do you want to do this?
I think he's just going to duck around, like, under between its legs and, like, slide under and just, like, stab the black blade in and run up across the length of its body. And just kind of lobster split, like lobster tail.
Okay.
Pull it open, just...
Okay, so
Sort of like an anime finisher move. He's behind it, and then he runs under it, like, and then ends on the other side with the blade out.
Yes,
behind,
and then there's, like, the little twinkle.
It's, like, dripping off the blade. And...
Yeah.
Naruto run underneath the monster.
You see...
like the fire emblem kind of thing, like that. Like...
There's a moment of movement as Faustus sort of appears before you, like shadowy blade in hand, and he's just paused for a moment, kind of just breathing for a second, and then you hear the death rattle of this creature as it folds inwards, slides against itself as the halves fall and kind of collapse sadly to the floor. And this purple blood starts to mix with the standing water that you're in. You did it. There is the sort of that rushing tide sound returns, and on it that woman's voice reappears, although you don't see her form before you. She goes, "Oh, that was fast. Okay. Well, a promise is a promise. Congratulations. Here you go." And the voice recedes, and there is, from that center where it crawled down through, the coral sort of like literally grows before your eyes into a jagged, like almost like DNA shaped ladder that rises up to a next level.
Okay.
So we have
Fantastic.
to climb like a ladder.
Yeah, you climb a ladder.
She just kind of walks back to the group very casually, and it's like, so, I feel as though maybe there might be more that we're going to have to do, right? It went down pretty quick.
I mean, I don't know, Faustus. There is 7 of us.
That's true. I guess I just kind of am surprised that all the adventures that came before were such hacks, you know?
Raven's finger
Yes.
never, like, really went away. So she just goes, I mean, when you know the right spells, right? And she, like, pretends to holster
The finger. Nice.
Fireball, very, very nice.
I mean, and again, Faustus, we're all pretty strong, and I mean, we can probably assume that the groups before us were smaller. I don't know. But
I guess what I'm saying is just maybe head on a swivel in case there's a bamboozle.
oh, absolutely, I don't trust this bitch at all.
I agree. That's Casper.
Well, worst comes.
Okay, well, I went
to
first
worst.
for this room, so somebody else has to go first now.
I just got my hand stabbed.
You guys are all
Like-
babies, and she just goes up.
Okay.
She touches the ladder and turns to stone.
Tide, what's up? You look like you wanted to say something.
Trust our abilities to climb. So I'm gonna give Renori guidance in case there's a
I'm
Constitution saving
crying.
throw.
Damn. Wow.
Just gonna
Okay.
like do a quick little pat on the back.
Okay,
You can do this. bud.
Violence.
Renori will, like, you know, feel that energy overcome her, being someone who's very, you know, into the arcane, and look at Tide and very earnestly thank him, because the amount of times she's fallen is, well, you know.
Okay, so you all file up the ladder, and
Yeah.
okay, so as you all climb up it, it is kind of rough to the touch, which sucks. Renori especially, it hurts on the fresh wound.
Like you know, when a cat or a dog steps on like wet grass.
Yeah,
and they
they're
don't, like with each new rung, Renori's like, ugh.
As Renori her way up the ladder and everybody else climbs, you fall into a new chamber. This one reminds you very much of the floor with the tree, but it's much taller. Much taller. This thing is like you crane your neck up and you can't see where it goes. Like it just, like, the rest is just not there. And it's still the same coral. On this level, there's like these large windows where sunlight is streaming in, and they're just like open frames, and you actually see a bird fly through and keep going. This is a very large space, and you hear the woman's voice again, and you see the figure. This time the figure materializes from the sunlight streaming in. Like, it sort of pools down onto the floor and then rises up into her form. Well, a promise is a promise. I present my collection to you, I suppose. And as she waves her hand, you see light almost follow her like a curtain. And before you is a lot. You see half of the hull of a ship pointed upwards. Still dripping water, covered in barnacles with tattered
That triggered
sails.
like a visceral response to me. Like, I don't know.
Hold on. I've just realized we're in a giant coral structure with a collection, and I feel that I've been lured into an aerial role-playing game that I didn't agree to.
Okay.
I mean,
There was a
am here
mermaid.
with-
There was a mermaid downstairs. There's a crab friend.
My evil plot uncovered. I just really like Disney.
Wanted to play aerial.
And I'm here with the red hair for a
I mean-
reason.
Also, the island
My
with
God,
the
the
children
foreshadowing.
that stay children and like the evil shadow counterpart
Yeah.
also echoed very Peter Pan.
I am actually just a Disney. I'm just a Disney mole, and I'm doing marketing
back.
research. This has just been a huge social experiment. My people will
Did
be
you
in
not
contact with
realize
yours.
that, Nate?
Did you not realize that?
100% did not pick up on that.
One of the main person's names was Wendy.
God.
Yeah, that was the girl's name.
His name was very much Peter.
And Peter.
Like,
Yeah.
he introduced himself as... Yeah. Anyway, that's not
Red
what we're
hair.
talking about.
Anyway,
Damn.
Awesome.
the way that
Okay,
because you're
okay,
wearing
Jake.
all black, you would have just disappeared into darkness.
Just like Faustus.
Real Faustus energy. Okay, so you see the top of a hole where the wood is splintered at the bottom. Water is still dripping off of it, and there are barnacles crowding the hull, and a tattered sail kind of just hangs sadly from the mast. You see crates and barrels and nets kind of draped over each other. A few chests. You see... I'm trying to go through the list in my head. I apologize. You see a collection of, like, rocks. And from these rocks, a sword rises up. Kristen, did you read chat? Okay. I'm not looking. I'm scared. From these, like, the small trio of rocks, you see a sword rising up. You see also a few skulls scattered around. And you see a couple statues covered in kelp. She goes, you have free reign of the place, I suppose.
Hey, Tessa? What are we looking for?
She leans in kind of closer to y'all. A stone. Like a gem.
Do you have any idea, like, what color? What
Approximate
size?
weight.
I apologize now, but I believe you'll know its
Well,
influence. You have experience
yes.
with the influence of one. I believe you should recognize it once you're close.
Can we do
Great.
a quick check of some kind?
Go
For
ahead and
Raven.
Can I start doing, like, an investigation check among the items?
That's what I was gonna say. Do investigation.
Yeah.
Everybody just do investigation.
Okay.
Oh, that's so.
Do you want us to
Cracked.
tell you what we're investigating?
If you want to do something specific, yes. Otherwise, I'm gonna assume you're just looking around at everything.
Right now, I'm gonna just be looking at everything.
Chris, yikes! That's the face.
So remember when I got a dirty 20 and then a nat 20?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that didn't happen, and Ty got an 8.
Oh.
And he's gonna be looking at the statues in particular,
Okay.
and trying to like move the kelp or whatever that's on it, kind of out of the way.
Okay. Renori, how we doing?
I got a natural 20
Ooh.
for a 26.
Wow.
Oh my god. Ditto for Raven.
Wow. Okay.
So
Exactly.
we can see into the soul of anyone in the room.
Faustus.
Anybody
What-
have secrets?
soul?
Because
What
Raven and
soul?
Renora know.
I got an 18.
Okay. Tide, let's go to you first. So you make your way over to the statues. They are from a variety of different styles. There's like a clump of them. And you kind of are able to make your way through. Some of them are more like Greco-Roman, although not of any specific deity, just more of like figures. Some of them are more creative in nature, but the common thing is that they're all covered in kelp. And you start kind of moving it aside. They're in relatively good condition despite the greenery. And on some of them, you actually do notice like little bits of gold. And on one of them in particular, it's a statue of like a soldier who's like he's in a pose, like he's got a sword here of stone and then a shield, but the shield is golden. And it's got sort of like designs engraved on it, and there's like a pearl in the center.
Mm-hmm.
Can I do a history check to see if I recognize any of them?
Yes, you may.
Come on. I don't think he does, because he got a 7.
Looking through them again, you do definitely recognize the one. You recognize that the Greco-Roman ones are of important figures, but you can't put your finger on who, because their faces all kind of look the same.
White
But
people.
yeah.
It was true.
But
The
yeah.
stupid Greco-Romans and their uncreativity, man.
If you think about it, though, actually, the Greco-Roman statues do, a lot of them look like each other because
Yeah.
Yeah, we know.
because of ancient caste systems and like
Yeah.
and the beautiful were considered good in ancient Greece, and so
As, as
no one's
someone
gonna make a
who,
statue of you unless you fit their standards of beauty, I guess. So like,
yeah, as someone who was at the Met 3 months ago, like, yeah, Urba, I'd be looking the same.
As
They all
someone
look
who
the
was
What's
same.
crazy
also
to me though
recently
is like
there.
how wildly they were painted, but like we just know like
the
the
garish
bland
colors that they were painted with, dude.
marble color. Yeah. Anyway,
Mhm.
sorry. We all just nerded out so hard in the
Oh, man, I
middle
love it.
of this.
I have to
That
control
guy's
myself
for
because
the
I
left.
can't. If I do, it's all over. So yes, Tide, that's, you don't recognize them. You just recognize that you should.
So,
I should know this.
I don't, but I
He
should.
was like a solid C plus student, especially in like history, so it doesn't surprise me.
It'd be like that. Let's go to Raven. Are you looking at the room in general?
Yeah, I think that the statue of the soldier, if I could identify who that is, that would be great. And then like
Mhm.
she just takes like a specific interest in that, and then she like looks in the room generally.
Roll me history.
I don't remember what my
History
22.
is
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah, you do recognize him. This is infamously the hero with no name. I have to say for context that this is not a real figure in mythology. I am making it up. Anyway,
Alright.
I just want, because we have mythology nerds. I have to clear my name.
You're fine.
Anyway,
I wasn't.
I still.
Yeah.
I was that kid in the 3rd grade. I'll have you know.
So was I. In order to avoid my past like middle school self coming back to haunt me. So
Listen, okay, my history and philosophy minors will chill, okay?
thank you.
We'll
I
chill.
appreciate that.
I was a history and classics double major before I switched to accounting.
I know you were, Jake.
Took 3
I
semesters
know.
of Latin and a semester of Greek.
I know.
this is wow. Oh boy. Sweating. So Raven. This is infamously the hero with no name, and you know his story because you've met him. This was a short encounter in your not tied though. It was like what the what?
Oh,
You've met
I
him. You have. Yes, you have.
Oh.
It was pretty recently. It was sort of towards the beginning of taking your pact. So this figure, this guy, who did once have a name, although it has been lost to record, he traded his name for power. And normally it is the Fae who operate with such deals, but you know him because in his quest for power, he wanted, keep in mind, this is you remembering this through a conversation with the guy, and this is a white man talking to you. So you probably have, knowing Raven, I feel like some attention was lost, and I wouldn't blame her. But also a 22.
Was
So
destined for this great destiny, and she just like slowly it just faded into Snoopy. Wah, wah, wah,
yeah,
wah, like,
exactly.
far away.
On one of, not your first, but one of your first sort of encounters with the Fiend, which is mostly hands off, not really face to face, as he is the Fiend. You do remember every once in a while, while reaching through the planes to kind of communicate, it is possible sometimes to see through them as well. And you caught a glimpse of one of the circles. And their spirits sort of like wreathed in flame and agony wander a faded, washed out version of the material plane as a version of their eternal punishment. And his spirit was desperately cried out to you, and you were just like trying to call your patron for some like spell slots, and it was kind of awkward. It's like somebody pulling up to the McDonald's window and telling you your life story, and you're just like, cool, here's your order. But you do recognize him. He told you that he was on a quest to please his family, to change his family's name. They were very poor and had a very bad reputation, and he decided he would take land for them to forcibly uplift them into a higher caste, which isn't really how it works. Nice going, dude. And in order to do so, he also partnered with your patron, which is how he ended up in that situation in the first place. So seeing the statue is kind of like, oh, that guy. He's like, I know we have a Chad, but I mean like a Chad, like a Chad.
Chad derogatory.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Raven, like, does a slight shudder at, like, the recollection of this,
Guy.
like, painfully
This recollection of people you knew in high school, is that
like,
that's what I'm
it's
getting.
just, like, this painfully desperate, like, Mommy, please give me a gold star. I did so good. Like,
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking.
And so she's just like, ugh, and, like, continues the scan.
Okay. We will come back to you in a second since you're doing a general scan.
Mm-hmm.
Faustus, are you looking for anything specific or general?
Yeah, because you mentioned that there was like a pile of stones somewhere, like near a sword, maybe. Or so that's
Yeah,
probably
there's a
the
couple
direction
of
he's
rocks,
headed.
and then there's a sword. Like,
And he's probably just kind of gonna get close and like going off of what Tessa had said, just kind of like put a hand out towards it and like close his eyes to try to like feel the like I'm gonna fuck up your brain energy that these rocks give off.
I'm gonna say there's a definite lack of I'm gonna fuck up your brain energy. Gotta say that is not present.
Good news.
Aw, shucks.
And Renori?
Yeah, so with my 26, I am going to be looking very intentionally all over, but specifically for a gym of some sort. Like, with that very intentionally in mind.
Okay. You pass over by the statues where Tide is sort of pretty careful. Like, I don't want to impose intention, but I like to imagine he's kind of like very into just moving the kelp around.
Yeah, he'll be like, you know, when you get like a really small knot and like you're just really trying to untie it instead of just like ripping it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he's doing with the kelp.
Ugh, my necklaces are like literally tied together right now,
I-
so.
Is it weird that I love doing that?
Yes,
And I'm, like,
please.
good at
Thank
it.
you, Sarah, so much. I used to do it for my mom and my sisters all the time. They'd come
Jake,
to me.
Yeah.
Jake, when we do hang out, I'm just gonna bring
Bring
you
your
my
necklaces
jewelry.
and I'll untangle them.
And I just, yes.
Yeah, so you Tides, you see that as you
Yeah.
walk by, but you don't see anything that matches what you know of so far over there. You curve over by where Faustus is feeling the vibe of the rocks. You the sight of that is very amusing, but also no dice. You
I have dice right here.
listen.
God damn it.
I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. I am sorry.
Thank you. I accept your
one's-
apology.
It's golden.
Are we doing this now? Okay, wait. These are my metal ones. I don't think I can hold them without dropping them. Oh god. There we go.
Okay.
Okay,
I'm
okay.
searching for a gym.
Yes. Sorry for all of us to be ADHD and neurodivergent on stream.
Oh no, it's so true.
Yeah.
Do you have this tagged ADHD?
I don't. I forgot that was a tag. I should do that from now on. So, and then you curve around back towards where that hull of that ship is. As you kind of walk by it, at the angle that it's at, you can see like the top deck where it's at this angle, and then also where the next deck would have been, and that's like significantly shorter since it's sitting. Also not getting much of a vibe over here either.
Like, not a, there's a gym over here vibe?
No.
Okay, so based on my investigation, it would not be worth, like, getting into the ship at all or anything.
You don't think so, no.
Okay, so no dice.
Literally. Yeah.
Okay, well, I know what I want to look at next, but I should probably not say that yet, or should I?
Not yet. Tide looks like he has something to say.
Can I do an Arcana check on the, did you say there was like an opal?
There's like a pearlescent kind of like gem on the shield. It's like a circular, it looks like a pearl.
Careful not saying opal.
I want to know if this is what we're looking for, basically. So what should I roll for that?
Do Arcana.
Okay.
Raven?
Raven's general 22 is still in the loading.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
okay.
You're not gonna have to roll again. I'm just trying to give everybody like we're investigating together, so I don't want to go too far on one person.
Got it.
Okay, a little better. He got a 12.
Okay.
Amazing.
You're not feeling the horrible kind of skin crawly vibe that the other one gave you. And looking at it, you don't know much about what it is, if it is anything. But you don't think it matches what you're looking for. Okay, gonna curve back around again. I don't remember who I started with, so we're just gonna keep pinballing.
I was full, so
I'm not gonna remember that.
no. I'm just saying, like, my turn's over.
Oh.
Go somewhere else.
Okay.
Somewhere else.
Be gone. Raven.
Sure. Raven is gonna like kind of do like a small lap around. Like, I'm assuming this is another circular room.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So she's just going to like kind of take a lap and like do a scan for anything that sticks out.
Okay, so you turn thine eyes upon the stuff in here. You don't necessarily see anything super of note that's not really being looked at already.
Nothing powerful.
You're
Arcana
not getting that sense in here.
weapon.
No.
Cool.
You do see, so where Faustus is investigating, I just want to make sure everybody like knows Faustus, especially what you're looking at. So it's like a few rocks kind of stacked together, and then there's a sword in this pile of rocks.
Is there anything notable about the sword itself?
No, it just looks like a broadsword.
Could there be anything magical or like, is this a specific sword somehow that could be identified?
You could roll history if you want.
14?
Okay. Love the evil chuckle about doing math. So you it looks like a sword.
I was just excited that it was 1 + 3 because I could do that in my head.
Nice.
Okay.
It does just look like a sword, but kind of thinking about what you know about the area, land, folklore, etc., and just the way that it looks. The sword itself probably has a specific history to it, but it doesn't appear to be like, oh, it's so and so, the sword of blah blah blah. Yeah. It does look of like. It looks like it's not just like a sword that belonged to like a militia guy. It definitely has a story to it. You're just not particularly aware of like what it was.
Sword with a story.
Listen, Um. Nori.
Yes. So what I would like to do next is through my Drow High magic, I can cast I can cast detect magic at first level at will.
Okay.
And so I just kind of want to stand among the stuff and cast detect magic.
Okay. You walk around, and your magic detector starts kind of beeping in your brain, sort of situation. Now, hold on 1 second, because I gotta check my notes for something. In general, while I double check this specific thing, in general, you're getting a whole, just jack squat. Most of the magic in this room, it's coming from like the walls themselves, the floor, and y'all, between some of the items that you have. Just one
Is
sec.
she not showing us her whole collection? She
Who's to
withholding
say?
some stuff.
Renori. You do see, you sense, evocation coming from the, shield sitting on that statue of the nameless soldier.
Okay, well, I'll tell the group that. I'll point at it.
Okay. You point and broadcast.
Yeah.
Raven just has a huge, like, notable frown on her face as she realized she's going to have to, like, make prolonged
Eye contact. Prolonged eye contact.
no, just like prolonged like perception of this man who she's not quite fond of.
Okay.
Raven,
Sorry.
can you roll me perception, please? Only Raven.
By the way, I am just TikTok sounds. Like, that's just what I am.
Not this.
Perception, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's not my character sheet. Also
What
a
is it?
22.
What is it about TikTok that is just me, the cross section of when you get D&D TikTok, you also get kink talk and ADHD talk as well?
No, that's not just you.
You follow
No,
that
that's not
specific
just you.
girl who
That's not
talks
just
about
you.
ADHD. Yeah, that's why.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not just
The brunette with glasses.
Yes.
Yep,
Yes.
not just
Yep.
you. Yep.
Is it Katie Saurus or something like that? I think
Yeah.
her
Yep.
name is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
I
I just
love
want to
her.
say it's not me, so.
Raven.
22?
Okay, so as you're making prolonged eye contact, you notice something. Can I say you get closer as you're looking? Is that all right?
Sure.
All right.
Yes, she's like more. She's like, I might as well get closer to the shield thing.
Okay, so
If Renori says it's important.
as you are studying the shield, you also take note of like where, because like the statue's holding it, but it's holding it kind of strangely. Like the statue looks really well made. And in fact, as you look longer, was it made? Because it looks really realistic.
Why did I go? I wonder if any of these statues were made because of the tree downstairs.
'Cause
I
you,
did not voice that question out loud.
You and you know what does make you notice, during that really brief awkward encounter that you had with this guy, he was sort of, purgatory and whatnot, kind of walking around with like,
you know how it is,
eternal wounds, just eternally in pain and such like that. And you do see in striking detail like gashes and such about the body. It's just interesting how well made the statue is. That's all I wanted to point out.
Oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Okay.
really interesting.
Yeah, okay, so Raven
Wow, such
approaches.
flawless detail. Such petrified hero. Wow.
All right, guys, we gotta go. Stream's over. Go, everybody, go
Yeah.
home.
Raven.
You know-
What?
Hmm?
Raven, as she is getting closer to the thing, she at first has this frown of distaste. And then as she's like noticing the detail, the frown of like, I hate the person that I'm seeing because I'm running into you at this party and I didn't think you were gonna be here, changes into one of like deep consideration as like she notices how much detail there is in this. And then like as the pieces click together in her brain, out loud she goes, "Oh my god."
What?
What?
I'm pretty sure that this wasn't, oh, let me make a statue of this guy, but this guy is a statue.
Oh, so he touched the tree.
I guess.
I love that you
But-
translated that.
Yeah, because
there was
Tide
a
is
subtle
very
difference.
confused with that sentence.
Renori has officially built in a Tide translator in her brain. Like, it's just like a both ways.
Is there also, there's a Raven setting as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she's just like, she collected the hero.
Yeah, that makes sense, because Wesley said, right, that people would touch the tree and turn to stone, and then the next day they'd be gone. And so, obviously, people didn't turn themselves out of stone, so his mom must have just been like, new thing for my room.
Raven reaches into the pocket where she kept Wesley and just like, with her normal hand, just like plucks him up and like puts him on her shoulder.
Okay.
And it's just like, do you remember this guy?
Can I get closer?
Sure. And she like creates like this little platform and like mage hands him to like the face.
Okay. So the statue is like mid yell, like the really and as you get so I like to imagine that's the sound. And as Wesley gets closer, he goes, "Huh. Yeah, yeah, this guy came in. He wasn't really nice. He was like, he was all like, "Gah, where's your mom?" And I was like, "I don't know, man. I just live here." And he was like, "Gah, I'm gonna go kill her." And I was like, "Well, don't do that. She's my mom." And he was like, "Gah," and then he went upstairs. And he didn't come back. And I was like, "Good."
I just came in. I just live here. What a great. It's fantastic.
Okay.
I love him so
well,
much.
Thank you, Wesley.
You're welcome.
So he touched your tree and turned to stone, I'm assuming?
I don't know. He went upstairs and didn't come back down.
Was your mom home when he was home?
I didn't see her, but maybe. She kind of just is everywhere always, so I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
That's
I
super
mean-
chill, thank you.
I mean, besides, us knowing that this is a petrified dude, do we care?
I mean,
Look.
this is...
Like, do we need him?
No.
Oh, no, you
He
don't
sounds like
trust
sort of
me.
a douche.
I know he's a douche. Don't ask how. I know
Wait,
that.
wait.
What?
You can't tell us not to ask how after you just told us you know this guy we found in a coral tower.
I don't know him.
Tessa
per se,
shuffles a
as
little bit
I was-
closer, and she's like, "I am intrigued."
He's
Faustus
still a
sees
person,
Faustus
man.
sees her shuffle closer and goes, Raven, is this one of your exes?
I would actually never admit to knowing him if I had at one point at all slept with this man. I know him in the sense where, like, let's say you're in your doctor's office and then someone famous happens to also have an appointment with the doctor you're trying to
Example
see.
is too specific to
Wait,
not
is
be
he
real.
famous?
Who's
Yeah.
famous and goes to your doctor, Sarah? Because this
Not
is
so
way
much
too specific.
it goes to my doctor as so much
Okay.
as the fiend has him in one of the 9 circles of, you know.
Yeah, then we
And I was
definitely don't
there.
need to help him, right?
No,
We're fine to
he's
leave
an
this
asshole.
statue. All right,
He's
that's all
like-
good.
Well, I
I'm
mean,
fishing for a
He's
great
still a
purpose.
person.
does it look like
He
he?
was an asshole. We don't owe him our help. If he's in hell, he probably belongs there.
Listen,
He's already
Tide, we're all asshole enough. Like, we're maxed out on asshole based on all of our individual personalities. We do not
for
need
yourself.
to add
I
anyone
haven't
else
had
to
that
the
much
mix.
asshole recently.
Tide.
I had
Tide,
to, right
Tide, Tide, I don't know what's going on with you and Chad, but I don't need to hear about it right now. What I'm asking, Raven, is, do you see a gem on his person at all?
Do I see a gem on his person besides the pearl on his shield? GM?
GM needs a minute. We all just blew past that.
Which
What?
part? Which part? Which
I'm
part?
trying to ignore that it happened so it doesn't
What?
stay in my brain as a long-term
You know what?
memory. You know?
Let's just keep moving.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. What
Not
was the
even a
question?
bit of inspiration for that.
Use that as a way to...
What inspiration?
I'd really be like, never mind.
No.
Don't do it
Never
if you
mind
don't
is a
have-
very good choice.
I'm just thinking about that tweet that ended up on my timeline because Chris favorited it.
Don't even start with me. Because I got enough screenshots as well.
You really?
Sarah.
Moving on, because I feel threatened and I am up
Chris
to
is
good
collecting
behavior.
an evidence bag against Tom.
He's like, I gotta make
Um,
sure just in case.
Not the burn book. So what are Raven question? You asked me a question.
So I had just asked Raven if she saw any kind of, like, you know, the gem we're looking for on the statue, and so then Raven was asking the GM if, well, does she?
Mm-hmm. No.
It's just the pearl.
Yeah.
Raven points to the pearl.
doesn't-
I mean, could that be what we need?
It could be.
Tessa.
Faustus, you're good at stealing things.
Yeah.
Well,
We
she
don't
said
even
we
have
could
to-
just take one
We
thing.
can take one
She-
thing.
She openly invited us to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe we want more.
Excuse
than
me.
one.
Excuse me.
Are you calling customer service?
Yes. Yes, I believe the deal was we would be allowed to see your collection and perhaps take something. Is that correct?
Yeah. You may take one item.
Each?
Can we?
Like one.
Collectively, or-
What if we need what this statue is holding, but we don't really want the whole thing? Can we break off the arm and we'll leave you the rest of it?
Faustus.
Off the arm.
You may take one item between all of you and try not to break the arm, or at least leave it.
I just want to get the
Can
Wait.
I try to
Really?
take the shield off the arm?
You can roll me a strength check and try.
Uh,
Great.
hey,
Perfect.
but Faustus, has anyone searched through the chests that are around here?
There are a couple chests.
I think
That's a
maybe
good
before
point.
before we
Before we
commit.
take it, that's fair. That's fair, Renori.
And as far as opening things goes,
Wait,
I think
but isn't it true that you said this was the only magical thing you saw in the room, right?
it's the only thing I detected, but that doesn't mean that,
I see.
a chest could have like an
Sure, I suppose let's take a look.
Raven uses thaumaturgy to open the chests if they are unlocked.
They are. So there's one chest that looks kind of similar to the one that was in that first room, but distinctly without the marking and in a little bit better condition.
Or the raging
and
zombie
distinctly
mermaid.
without the siren inside.
Yes, I would say this one.
Screeching.
I would say this one is
zombified
lacking that small detail. So,
Excellent.
you
Lacking a resident.
Yes, this is a tenantless
siren. They were
apartment.
evicted.
You toss the lid open on this. Not toss, you open it. And there's just sort of books inside. They don't look very... No.
Spellbooks?
Oh.
They look more like history books. There's some... there's some parchment.
Interesting.
There's some parchment inside. That sort of thing. Like, it looks like this was probably somebody's belongings, more than anything, quote unquote, of value. The other one you open, and on the inside, so it's empty, but on the inside, painted along the lid and then all of the sides of the box on the interior is almost like a small... You know how, like, Greek pottery has all of the art in lines going around it? It's sort of like that, in that style. And it looks to be telling a story of a few adventurers, like, facing off against a beast. The chest itself is empty, but you do see that artwork inside.
Is it a specific tale?
You can roll me history.
I'll roll history too.
Okay.
Oh, I have no clue.
Yeah, I have a 9.
I have a 10.
Okay. Anybody else rolling, or
Step aside, here comes my history.
Professor Faustus?
7!
I'm revoking your doctorate.
No longer.
7, 8, 9, all in a row. Is that what we
Nice.
just did?
Mhm.
What if we all try to talk about what we do know and somehow that combines to a higher number? Like, this is a group roll.
No.
7 plus 8.
Oh.
I
I tried.
collect.
Still not that good of a
Even
roll, honestly.
Collect. If it was like higher rolls.
Wait,
maybe.
but I never used the guidance that Tide gave me.
Guidance
That only
lasts a minute.
Yeah.
Has
Oh,
it
wait.
been a
I'm going
minute?
to use Dark One's own luck. I'm going to use Dark One's own luck. Can I do that?
You can,
If
right?
you want to, yeah.
Hell yeah.
Okay, let's try this again.
Love Dark One's Own luck, because it's a
I
reference.
also do. It's a
Time.
19.
Okay. I don't know why we're fighting tooth and nail for lore, but I'm a fan of it.
Love lore.
You're talking to 3 people who openly admitted to being that kid.
That's fair. Okay, that's fair. I
Jake
should-
literally said that they took Latin and Greek. Like,
Yeah.
No, it's worse. I made all my own gods in a notebook, and my mom found it, and I was raised Christian, and so she was very upset, and Greek mythology was taken away from me because I was obsessed with Greek mythology.
I'm so glad that my mom wasn't that person. Like, she purchased all of the Harry Potter novels. Fuck J.K. Rowling. Fuck TERFs. On that note. But, like, yeah. So she was, like, fine. Anyway.
Okay, so
What's the lore?
okay, so this is, I should clarify because of the way he explained it, I just want to make sure I'm getting my intention across. It is in the style of Greek pottery. but
Sure.
it does not distinctly appear to be Greek. I just want to say that.
Mhm.
So,
Oh, that's close enough for us.
okay. Raven, there is a sort of, how do I explain this? Now I can't remember his name to give the context for it. I was going to refer to another popular, like, folktale, but then I've immediately forgotten.
Hercules.
No.
Robin Hood.
No.
Is
Yeah,
it?
you
Don't
will.
just start describing Bill.
Uh,
Start describing it.
John
Captain America.
Bunyan or whatever. I don't know if that was his name.
Paul Bunyan?
Paul Bunyan. Close enough. White
With
man.
his big blue ox?
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure. I don't actually remember any details. I just know that I remember a time in elementary school where I was forced to learn about him. I still don't know if he was a real person or not.
I
You
had,
know
I had
what?
a VHS. He was not, and I have a VHS of the Legend of Paul Bunyan from when I was a kid, and I watched it.
He
many
was not,
times.
but there's a giant, like, 100-foot statue of him and his ox in Northern California, and I
There
was,
is.
yeah.
Okay, so Raven, not exactly that vibe of like we're building statues of this character, but sort of a character who everyone would be probably like everyone from Faerun, but especially this continent, this side of Faerun, would be vaguely familiar with, but excuse me, would probably slip the mind. You do not recall the name, mostly because the story that it belongs from is very limited. However, you do recall there is a sort of like a folk hero type character who, in his broad yet vague repertoire, was known for going up against the large monsters that terrorize villages and the sea. And for this specific example, you do see this figure with sort of like a coat, like he's mid like sword raised and coat like kind of flowing behind him, and you see like a leviathan head rearing down at him. There's another panel where he appears to be standing on top of it with like the sword down in the head. There's one of him being celebrated by like people, like village people. There's another panel of him on horseback, kind of like standing in the stirrups with the reins. Like those kind of panels, and they appear to unite to tell a story of like a hero going out alone to go fight this creature and is successful and has saved people.
Ooh.
Young man, there's no need to feel down.
I can give you that strength check if you'd like.
Yes, please.
I got a 16.
Okay. You. How do you want to do this?
So I would imagine, so Tide having been petrified at one point, and being more of the chaotic good alignment, I imagine he would really want to be really careful while he does this, but I also imagine that he probably won't be very careful when he does this. So he grabs the shield like with his like right hand on the top, left hand on the bottom.
How are you going to try and pull it?
The diagonal, and he's going to try to slide it off the hand as best as he can.
And what did you get?
16.
Cool. Take the diagonals and try to slide it. The statue's got a grip on it, and you snap his fingers completely off.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
You hear the crunch as you remove the shield, and as you kind of hold it upwards, you see his grip, what remains of the fingers, still hanging on it.
Sorry, they didn't want to heal you. I got it.
You got it. You do have it.
Thanks,
him.
Tide. Way to go, buddy.
You ever just snap some fingers, literally? Anyway.
Tessa, hey Tessa,
Yes.
that pearl,
Yes.
is that what we need?
she walks up to it.
Oh, damn, I hope so. We just ripped his fucking hand off.
She holds a palm over it, and you see
Yeah,
her kind
asking before we ripped it off was not
Oops.
on my radar.
right? She sort of scrunches up her nose as she holds a palm out over it, and she goes, "No,
Excellent.
the good news is we have some fingers."
Put this right here.
Okay.
And Tide's gonna try to put it so it like clearly covers the part that he ripped off. But
He's got
he's gonna
mending,
do
do
it,
they?
like,
I know,
like,
that's what I was saying.
haphazardly. So he like sticks it kind of like
In the crook of the arm. Like,
yeah, like if this is the breaking, he
Mhm.
like sticks it so it's like that, so it's not really covering everything, but he's doing just the best.
Not Chris with the broken mug.
That's
really
the beautiful example.
It came broken, for the record.
Okay.
Suspicious.
Award.
Suspicious. You put the oh.
I mean,
Okay.
oh.
I was looking to see if the other one was over.
Nice,
There.
nice shirt plug there.
Thank you.
That's a pretty neat shirt. Oh wow, Kristen, your shirt.
This
It's
is
pretty
not the
neat.
same brand.
Yeah.
I like your shirt too, Sarah. I also like your shirt, Jake. I'm wearing a Back to the Future shirt.
Oh, yeah.
I like your shirt, Dauntless.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, yeah. No, this isn't. You put it back, kinda. Yeah.
Tessa, I'm really gonna need you to find the thing we need. I'm gonna need you to pull through again. You've really carried us through this tower, and I'm gonna need you to keep doing that.
Raven has a small smile as Renori is like doesn't have just like hostile energy at Tessa now, and she's just like,
Listen,
This
Renori
is-
has a means to an end to achieve,
Yeah.
Like, sometimes we can drop the sword,
Bury the hatchet, so to speak.
That as well.
So
water under the thing.
nice. So as you say
Metaphor.
that to her, the sound of rushing water returns, and the woman's voice comes back, and she sounds kind of cranky. She's like, "You're still here. You are still here."
Yeah, we're like browsing.
We're really indecisive shoppers.
Well,
You didn't give us a time limit. And that's on you.
I also let you up here.
Right now.
So,
We completed our end of the deal.
and I allowed you to proceed.
I'm so sorry. Nice lady.
You do kind of get there's like a faint chuckle.
Okay, cool. Nice. Raven was just like purposeful awkwardness is somehow
No.
charming. It's her tiefling, natural
That's her.
charm.
That's better than anything else.
So like, your collection is just what's in this room. This is so nice. We'd love to see any more if you have more.
But all powerful.
She like grabs the shoulder tightly to like.
Raven. All powerful, mysterious being that I don't know the name of. This collection is really impressive, but you are more impressive than this collection. So surely there must be more to it.
Little ego plug. I like that.
You do. There's a bit of silence that accompanies, like, you know, the kind of constant noise of the water here, and all right. I will show you the rest, but you really must take something and go.
Yes,
we will.
yes,
We
we
absolutely.
promise.
Of
Yes.
course, of course.
Yes,
Absolutely
of
we will.
course. Yes.
And
Alright.
we definitely didn't touch anything else.
All right.
Unless we want it. Yeah.
Then I'll show you my favorite part.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
And, another ladder appears in the center of this room. And after the break, we'll see what's up it, because I've been trying to do this for like 30 minutes now. So we'll be back in a few minutes. If you haven't already, take your medicine, stretch, get some water, get a snack, breathe, adjust your posture. Thank you, Sarah. 100% participation. Gold star.
Thank you.
Chris, stop dabbing on my stream. We will be back soon. We'll be back soon. See you guys in a few. So, hi. Let me turn off the music before my brain melts out of my ears. So, we are returning back from our quick intermission there. Before we do, I just want to plug a few things because speed, brain, ADHD. We are trying to continue to sub off Twitch. I know it is September. I know everything is discounted, and I greatly appreciate all support that comes my way, whether it's monetary or not. However, if you find yourself inclined to gift subs, resub, if you'd like and you're able to, please consider donating to the Ko-Fi instead. You can do !tip in order to find that. I really appreciate that support, like I said. However, Twitch needs to do better. I am very, very tired. And until they put their money where their mouth is, we're trying not to give them any more money to withhold. So, that's a good place to support as well. And also the fan house, which is !fan house. I will actually be dropping the price on that. So not only do you get your first month free, it is also going to be cheaper. I'm going to be posting behind the scenes D&D content from my life. I've been spending a lot of time on sets recently, and I'm going to very soon talk about what it's like working in and around film. That'll be fun. And after our players clear this section, my next D&D content focusing will be doing a behind the scenes comprehensive reveal on this section of the story. I am very excited. If you want to get into the fan house before all that goes up, the fan house information will be in chat under !fan house. I think that was all I had to say. Yes. Also, if you didn't do it before the break, please take your meds, drink water, adjust your posture, have a snack, breathe. Let's get back to it. So, right before the break, this figure, after you called customer service, and kind of appealed to her ego, she... Oh my god. There was just an interesting sound from the beyond. I don't know what that was. Oh, I know what that was. Okay, I see. I have to update the chaos aura. I was like, played a nice sound. I didn't know what that was. Okay. Let me update that really quick while I'm talking. But you appealed to her ego, and she allowed you to... Hold on. She allowed you to pass. You asked her if she had more to her collection, and she said she'll allow you to see her favorite object or part of her collection. So a ladder has just appeared before you, very similar to the one that you came up to enter this room. And now you can proceed.
Yeah, Renori's going up the ladder.
Okay. So, everybody's going up, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
On a Tuesday.
Nice. Also, Sarah, thank you for Chaos Bar money. So,
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. You all proceed up the ladder into a chamber quite similar to the one that you were just in, which is the funny part, because it takes a second for you to catch this. When you came into the room and you looked up, you could not see the ceiling of this room. And now there's a ladder for you to go up through a ceiling into another room. And as you proceed upwards into this next chamber, you enter one pretty similar to the one that you were just in, except this one is more... How do I describe? This one kind of like... It's like shaped strangely. Like this is one of those bends of the tower again. And it feels almost like kind of like a bowl. Where the coral kind of grows out away from the structure and then starts to curve back in. And you all climb up into this room. It's about 60 feet in diameter. It is larger than where you just came from. And as the last person comes up into this room, the hole that you came in through knits back together. And you hear the woman's voice rush in. She's, I'm just excited for you to see what like I said, this is my favorite part. And the tide rushes out again. And, there's, I don't know if anybody's ever seen Kingsman, the Secret Service here.
Yes.
No.
Excellent movie.
No.
Excellent movie, comfort movie. I firmly believe everybody should watch it. It's a very good time. You know,
Manners make it.
I'm gonna describe this as neutrally as possible,
Colin
but
Firth
I
is really
feel
all you have to say.
I feel like the people who've seen this movie will immediately know what I'm talking about. Suddenly there is water in the room, silent and moving very quickly. Water rises up from through the floor, partially through the walls, and it's rising and rising, and it hits about mid-thigh before it stops. And then the tide noises come back, but more like crashing waves this time, much less gentle. And you hear an ugly sort of cackle. This woman says, wow, you really, that took a while. But, okay, well, since you seem a little bit thick, my favorite part of the collection is going to be you.
Oh no.
Oh.
What?
Took you a little bit, didn't it? But that's okay. I'll have plenty of time to teach you myself.
All right.
And there's this, kind of similar to the noise that ushers in and out of her voice, but surrounding in the water around you, there is a current starting to tug at your legs.
Great.
And it's rushing towards the space in front of you. This is a pretty small space. But then it, like this bowl shape that you're in kind of like expands outwards, and it's now about 120 feet in diameter.
Mm-hmm.
As you watch the walls expand out away from you, all at the same time. It's just spherical.
Yeah. Thank you, Tide, for water breathing.
And the water kind of stays firmly at thigh level, like it rises to incorporate this new space. And as these currents tug forwards like ropes at your legs, I need everybody to make me a dexterity saving throw, please.
I'm
Great.
so good at those.
I am so dexterous.
Dexterous?
Whatever.
I have a question.
Yeah.
and Feel free to say no to this.
Okay.
So I have
Oh.
control water.
You do have that.
If I do control water and redirect flow to
Uh-huh.
put all of the water up against the wall,
Against
so it's
against which wall?
like the coral walls, basically, just to kind of like empty it from the.
Are
area.
you trying to drain the room or just push the water up against the walls? Because those are two different things.
Are you trying
Yes.
to be Moses or?
Oh yeah, like Moses, basically.
Okay. Yeah. So okay, the spell. Yeah, I guess you could, if you wanted to, but is this concentration? It is. So you'd have to hold your concentration in order to Moses this, but if you'd like to use it for that, yeah. Just reminding you that is a concentration spell. It's up to you.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it.
Okay, yeah. Tide, you mutter a few words of an incantation, and you kind of like are able to, you flick your fingers gently, and a singular drop of water rises up from like the little canteen you have at your hip or flask, and you take from like your satchel just a small pinch of dust, and these two things collide very gently in front of you, but the effect on your environment is monumental. the water from in a straight kind of like shot across the room away from Tide, the water recedes down and then curves up so that it's being pinned against the wall and kind of a perpetual wave. But it stays there. And Tide, you do feel the slight heavy presence of the spell on your mind. There you go.
Woo! Yeah, Tide! Way to go!
I can't listen to you. Shut up.
Okay. With that being said, you have pushed the water against the walls. And the voice is still here. It hasn't really gone anywhere. You are really stubborn roaches. And, hey, Tide.
Yes, ma'am.
You feel another very strong pull on the water that you're controlling.
Mm-hmm.
Can you do me... kind of want to do this like a grapple of your brains. So can you do me a wisdom check, please?
Hey, while Tide does that, GM, is our adversary using magic?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, actually, Tide, what's your spellcasting ability? Is it wisdom? I don't think so, right? It might be.
It is for druids,
druids, right?
Yeah.
For druids, yeah.
Okay, never mind.
You want to check?
Yeah.
25.
Cool beans. Okay. I also have to do that. I did get very distracted. Okay. You feel a pull on the water before you that is very strong initially, but you ground yourself and tug back. And you're able to pin the water in place. And you see as, so you've kind of pinned it against the walls, and you see these twirling sort of vortexes kind of appear, like sunken into where you've pinned these waves. And from this, two blue arms reach out from either side. Can everybody roll me initiative, please?
Great. Yeah.
Rocket.
Yay.
Let's do it.
Don't tell me yet. Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use digital.
Okay, I'm gonna write down everyone's initiative again, because I'm annoying.
Hold on 1 second.
Boomstick. Casper.
Which is
Tessa.
also why I did it in the D&D thing, so you could just look at it.
I didn't.
Well, no, you can look at mine, so you don't have to, like, worry about missing it.
Oh, no, what I mean is I didn't look when you
Oh.
rolled.
You can still look at it, the game log.
Oh.
Yeah, if you
Fascinating.
click, if you go up where it says campaign, and then you go over to the little game log box,
Oh, well. Who would have thought?
it's very nice.
Okay, so can Tide, you tell me first?
I got 11.
Okay, Raven.
19.
Okay, Faustus.
22.
Okay, Renori.
18.
Alright. Give me 1 second. 2, 3, and I'll use this one.
Will you once again let me know our 3 NPCs?
Yes, I will. Casper has a 23.
Okay, King.
Boomstick has a 15. Tessa has a 16. And our lovely, lovely friend has a 14.
Yeah, real quick, I have a question
Mm-hmm.
before we start the combat portion. How has Wesley been reacting on my shoulder?
He has been kind of like, so in the phase when you were like looking at stuff, he's been kind of curious, just sort of looking around. Right now, he's like,
Like since we elevated to the.
Oh, okay. He's basically like transparent normally, but like if he could go pale, he did.
Okay.
Great.
All right. So top of
Raven's.
Nothing to be done about that. Sorry, bud.
Raven's just gonna be like, if you want to go back in my pocket, you could just crawl.
Oh,
Do you want to go back in my pocket?
No, I'm brave.
Okay.
Okay, so before I do top of the order real quick, so because I realized I didn't finish my description of like, so these two arms kind of like come out of these vortexes, so they're like sort of planted down like this, and then tied. Can you do me another wisdom check, please?
Yeah. Yes. Dirty 20.
Sadly, no. This was a 26.
Oof.
So you pull hard, and she pulls harder, and there is a cacophonous roar as this water, your concentration shatters. This water crashes back down onto the floor, but the thing is, it never quite makes it back to you. As soon as it's released from Tide's hold, almost magnetically, it is sucked into a vortex surrounding these arms. The arms recede back to where they were, and the water just starts swirling, and it heads upwards and upwards, and then some of it falls away, but it kind of almost falls into shape. And before you is a gargantuan woman's torso with a head, I should say. Weird words. She is made completely of the rushing tide. Her hair is sort of these just whipping currents that froth with sea foam kind of at the edges. Across her body, there's just like pieces of wood, like driftwood and bits of sand and rocks and all sorts of stuff just kind of being tossed about through the water that makes up her.
Giant water woman. Noted.
Period. And her eyes are these sort of empty slates of water. And now you hear this voice kind of in close proximity to you. Instead of sort of like floating through the air, it is in front of you, and it is not fun to listen to. That rushing tide sound heralds a cold, mean sort of voice. And she peers down at you. I am going to have so much fun grinding you into paste.
Would paste be a good addition to your collection?
Sounds kind of boring to me.
Kind of gross, actually.
And useless.
This isn't her. This is just me.
I don't think she thought the metaphor through, guys.
She just kind of gives you the like.
I know a guy who does like a writing like class
Seminar, yeah.
She does that like growl of frustration that a villain does when they're very clearly being outsmarted.
Yeah,
but they
vicious
don't want to
mockery
say it.
who?
You don't need it. You're all bards, like by the honor system now. You're all bards.
Nice.
Fantastic.
So can everybody do me a history check, please?
Oh, abso-freaking-lutely. Okay.
14 for Faustus.
Okay.
Someone want to do math for me?
No.
Sure.
I got a 12.
18.
Okay.
15.
Okay. You're all gonna... Alright. We have a name, because you've all recognized her. In this form, you do see there's like I said, she's made of the waves, but there's like clumps of stuff kind of going through her. And as you look at her, it sparks a memory. For most of you, between magical studies, academic studies, and just world experience, you know that you are looking somehow, which you really don't want to be now that you've recognized her, upon Umberly. She is the just absolutely like if take evil and then go south. She is the sea god. She's a sea goddess in Pantheon, worshipped out of fear. Yep. She is the storm that kills people. She is the tide that drowns. And she's in front of you. She's very big.
Yep. Yep, she sure is. Oh Lord, she coming.
she do be in front of you. Yes. And
death.
I'm sorry. One of her titles is the Bitch Queen.
I am aware.
Correct.
Okay.
She do be the Bitch Queen. Mm-hmm. So.
Okay.
She drowns everybody. That's why they call her the Bitch Queen.
All right. So
initiative. Casper is up first.
Mommy. Sorry.
Sorry.
Oh my god.
Not her. Not like this. Sorry. You could do so much. Where was this energy for Saloon? Where was this energy for Saloon?
That wasn't a trend when we met Saloon.
Well, y'all should have been on it.
It wasn't in TikTok yet.
Well, you should have predicted the future. I don't know what to tell you.
We don't have original personalities. What is this?
Saloon can come back. And then
have you guys heard the berries and cream? Have you guys heard the berries and cream audio?
Berries and cream.
Every 5 TikToks.
Do you know who started it?
Yes.
Justin McElroy uploaded it.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
He uploaded a little something weird from his childhood, and it took off, dude.
Yep.
Yeah.
I love that.
They've joked about it on their podcast a couple of times now. They're like, it's up to 60,000 videos that are using this audio. This is ridiculous.
Oh, TikTok and our ADHD. Okay. Anyway.
So so Casper's up first, and seeing this, so the water hasn't quite rushed back into your legs yet. It's mostly all been drawn up to form her, and he, oh boy, the spice. So he steps forward, and you all notice a very distinct drop in temperature. And
He's so hot. Sorry.
There's a distinct drop in temperature. Your breath fogs out before you. And
How's this?
a faint aura, the faint teal aura clings to his body as he steps forward slowly and starts kind of like fog rolling off of him, then kind of piles at his feet. And he takes a deep breath, and more fog spills out of his mouth as he does. And then he just kind of raises a hand and points, and you see a spiraling, screeching mass of ice and cold, frosty wind blast forth from him, and it kind of does the anime, his coat's flapping in the wind, that sort of thing. And that is a lot of dice, so give me a second.
I have a quick question. Is she considered a construct?
No. I don't think so.
No?
Hold on.
No?
Hold on. Bear with me.
You're good. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your...
No, you're fine. I don't think so, but give me one. I'll answer your question. Let me just do the math for this one.
Apologies.
You're fine. Okay. I need to find a certain amount of these because he do be dramatic. 1, 2, 3,
It's
god.
always really fun when you get to hold a lot of dice in your hand.
It is 4, 5.
It is an old Skittles commercial.
Berries and
Skittish.
cream, berries and cream.
And
I
6.
love berries and cream. Up the octave. Berries and cream.
Not the Mickey Mouse squeak.
Cream. Ah! Up the octave. I'm Mickey Mouse.
No, not
Anyone
like
just
this.
tuning in, this is a berries and cream stream.
Berries
We're
and
just gonna do this
cream.
the rest of the
Oh,
night.
I don't like the
Um,
implications of what that could be.
This is a rate your TikTok stream.
This is a stream where things happen against my consent. Anyway.
Uh-oh.
I'm
Violence
kidding.
watching.
I am kidding. That was a bad joke to make. No, she does not count as a construct.
Excellent, good to know. Thank you.
Yes. Math.
Necromancy wizards be like, is it a construct or is it real?
Math. Hold on. Math. Just give me math. Hold on. Okay.
Math, sorry. Math.
Okay. I can do this. Don't panic.
I mean, I wasn't panicking, but now
I
am.
was. That was for me. Okay. Oof. Hot boy summer. Anyway, you see a section of her whirling form solidify with a crackling noise as this howling whirlwind comes into contact with her, and she kind of like shrieks in disgust, and then the ice crackles and falls to the floor, and you do notice that the ice that falls off melts and the water does not return to her form. It just kind of sinks into the ground.
Interesting.
Next up is Faustus.
And it disappears. The water goes away.
Yeah, like the
Okay.
bits of her that froze. Like, so she reforms, but it's with like a little bit less water, and you notice. Faustus?
Okay, you said Faustus is up?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So for there's a like a massive humanoid-ish form made of water is in the center of the
Gargantuan,
room.
actually.
Gargantuan in the center of the room, is that correct?
Yeah.
Ish or center of the room?
Ish.
Yeah, I'm working out ranges in my head. So I'm gonna cast Shadowblade again.
Okay.
It does not have advantage, I don't think, because we're probably not in dim light anymore. I assume, with
no.
with the windows and such.
You're in regular bright light now.
And we don't have anybody. Casper jumped away, right?
He stepped forward.
Oh, so is he next to her?
No, he's in front of her.
No, right?
She's in front of you. You all are kind of somewhat in a line, and he just stepped away from you, like forward.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. So I will cast Shadowblade and then throw a because the Shadowblade can be thrown 60 feet and then re-summoned on the next turn as a bonus action. So I'll
okay.
throw the Shadowblade and just think like Hel in Thor Ragnarok.
Nice.
Where she shoots like the spikes of like black metal.
Nice.
It just like
Nice.
detaches from the dagger and shoots outward.
Okay.
And that is a 24 to hit.
Okay, give me 1 second. Something life related just popped up, so I'm gonna take care of it real fast. Hold on. I would not do this on stream, but it is important. I have to do it like right now.
Totally fine.
Life is like that.
Okay. I might be able to just do this later. I'll just do this later. It's whatever. Okay.
Not crispy knowing 2 of his mods are busy right now and being feral on Twitter. Anyway, sorry.
Damn.
And Adam's never on Twitter, so
It's like that.
he was
Damn.
pretty much like, mods are asleep.
Mods are not asleep. We see you. So, Faustus, give me. It was a 22 to hit. You said
24 to hit.
24 to hit. Yeah, that's gonna hit.
Okay, that is 10 psychic damage.
Okay. So the spikes fly and boom, boom, just into this form, and you see the like water kind of like it sticks almost like jello into the form, and she kind of like looks down, and she snarls at you.
We'll rotate. I'll move like just my full movement 30 feet to the right, just around so that we're not all clumped together in one spot.
Understandable. That would be a good idea.
And none of us are paladins, so we don't have to stay within 10 feet of each other.
Period. Okay.
X.
And math. All right. Cool beans. Next up is going to be Raven. Sarah?
We can't hear you, Sarah.
I muted myself
Oh.
because my mom came into my room. Raven is going to close her eyes and like astral project as much as she can to like reach out to the feed.
Okay. Can I ask what you're doing specifically, or are you just reaching out
Just like giving him a call.
for now? All right. Okay.
But like it's emergent, you know, so like she's hoping to not get voicemail.
Okay. All right. You reach out, and it's sort of similar to calling on your power, but this you have to push deeper for this to get through across the realms.
Push it. Push it, Raven.
You do manage. You feel a connection happen.
Nice. Love it when the Wi-Fi connects.
Period. And you, Raven, you blink, and you are no longer standing in the room. You are standing on an open sort of just void, and beneath your feet, swirling flames are kind of like almost like you're standing on like glass, and there's fire underneath, like they're licking upwards, but not making it all the way up. There's just nothingness and the fire. And before you is the fiend. And now you've only gotten to actually lay eyes on him a few times. It's very momentous. Most warlocks don't.
Sure.
And hold on 1 second, because you know what? You do be making things spicy when I least expect it, and I'm kind of here for it. So, okay, so before you is the Fiend, but the Fiend is more of a title, blah, 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 he's in charge of shit, whatever, right? And, you know, this is actually specifically Mephisto. Mephisto is a very powerful lord of hell. He is very in charge of everything, and, very busy. And so he looks up at you. He's wearing pretty casual clothing, like a dark shirt that's a bit open to reveal ruby red skin. There's a thrashing sort of like tiefling-esque tail that sort of like whipping impatiently behind him. Just these long black claws are kind of almost pressing into his arms as his arms are folded here, and you see these horns curve up away from a strong forehead and like curve up and then like sort of in an S shape. And he looks at you very severely, and the longer you look, you get this sort of like the floor is coming away from you kind of feeling. And in his eyes, you see just this endless void of swirling flame, and then there's like screaming that starts to filter. It kind of sucks, but he's here.
Someone take Chris's keyboard away. So Raven walks forward, and even though there was no desk, there is now a desk and a chair. And she sits down. Like, it's like a very, like, CEO, like
I love
this
it
was
when we're on the same
Amazonian
wavelength.
mahogany. That's meant, but like it's here because power trips and white men. And so she just like plops down and picks her feet up onto the desk and is like, all right, so here's the business. One thing, we are going against Umberly right now. So like, if you know anything to like help me out with that, that would be really great. Two, I kind of burned a spell slot. This is more minor. If I could get that spell slot back, that would be great.
Raven.
So like, what? Yeah.
First of all, and he like crosses the space, and there's now like a mini bar in the space. And he reaches beneath it, and he gets like he grabs like a bottle. It looks like whiskey. Pours himself a glass, puts it back, takes a sip as he leans back against you.
Are you just gonna?
He sips and looks at you, and he goes, "You ask me for 3 things in one meeting? Really?"
I mean, you already took it out. If you're gonna,
you have one now.
Okay, cool.
I wish I could snap audibly. Anyway, you now have whiskey in hand. And as he finishes a sip, okay. How? Why are you, like, we literally all make it a point to not talk to her. So how did you end up in a fight with her?
See, I bet you're wondering how I got here.
I am. I just asked you.
Yeah. So
my name's Raven, and my life is pretty crazy.
See, I was an orphan. Anyway. She, like, takes her feet down from the desk now, and she kind of, like, leans forward on it a little bit, and she just goes, I didn't do it on purpose. It was like, oh, we have to go to this area. She kind of keeps her collection there, and like, we need something in it. We didn't know it was gonna belong to her. Well, it doesn't like belong to her, but anyway, it's like to save the mortal plane and like all of it. So it was kind of important that we go. It was not for like shits that we went.
What is it? This thing you're looking for?
A gem. I really am not clear on what it is. If you want to ask Saloon, she was kind of the one who asks us. I know.
Why are you with the most boring people ever?
I mean, sometimes boring people are hot.
Yeah, she is kind of hot. Anyway, I suppose we could make a deal. How about
let's deal or no deal?
How?
God, you're so demanding.
Well,
what do
you know what?
Raven,
You know what? Finish your pitch, and I'll tell you what I want. We'll see if we can make each other happy.
Okay. If there was like, hey, this just happens to be like a weakness that you can exploit, or something, right? That would be amazing. That's first priority. Second priority is the new the spell slot.
Okay. Cool. So, what I can tell you is you're not going to be able to kill her, so don't try.
Yeah.
Because she's not actually there. I doubt it. You guys aren't really important enough. So, I mean, you know. So if you destroy whatever she's like projecting to be all scary and shit, she'll probably
Yeah,
be
she's
alone.
like gel water. It's such a weird choice.
That tracks. Destroy the water, you destroy her, or get rid of enough of it. Probably.
Okay.
She's all powerful. Well, I mean, you're not stupid enough to fight her like in water, right?
We're in like a coral tower that has pockets of water in it. We're not in. Why? What do you ask?
Because
Really quickly, Liz,
Mhm.
are you able to refresh us because we're frozen?
Oh,
I know you had a trick.
did that work?
Yes. Yes.
Interesting. Okay. Okay. That's something I'm gonna have to fix between streams, but I figured out how to refresh, so that's cool.
Cool.
Sorry, Raven, can you repeat the last thing you said?
There's like pockets of water. Why do you ask?
Because her domain is the sea.
Yeah, no. That makes a lot of sense.
It would be very stupid to fight her in or around water. Because, you know, she draws power from it. Like, you wouldn't go any... Listen.
Uh-huh.
Don't do that. You shouldn't even be fighting her in the first place. Don't do that.
Well, again, we weren't planning on it.
You cause me so much stress on a daily basis.
Like, you and I both know that I'm your favorite.
Anyway, so listen. Get rid of enough of her form. You should be golden. Don't get killed. Maybe don't be near water.
Mm-hmm.
And never ever travel on the open sea again.
What if most of what we're doing is pirate shit? I'm a pirate now, by the way. Not that you would bother to. A call would be nice every once in a while, but
I
that's all I'm
mean,
saying.
I am a lord of the Nine Hells, and I have other things to attend to, but...
I know, but, you would think that, I'm just saying,
Okay, sure.
It would be... I would be interested in knowing some of your lording of the Nine Hells.
No, you wouldn't.
What? How do you know?
Because you've never been interested, and that's totally fine. It's kind of our thing.
That's fair.
So, and he kind of, crosses his legs, or he's still, leaning on the minibar. I don't know why you insist on traveling with boring people, but you could always reach out to, one of your god friends or whatever.
Oh, you mean Saloon?
Yeah, her.
She's not a friend.
Okay, well, I mean, you mentioned her. You could try praying. Or, I know. But she's a goody two-shoes or whatever. She kind of this is her thing. She likes helping people. I don't. So,
So, wait. What would she be able to do?
I don't know. Ask her. Best I can do is offer you that advice.
Throw the moon at the sea,
If you throw another planet at me.
Wait.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, and you do see him kind of snap his head up. Well, little bit of a long shot. Like I said, I make it a point not to be around boring people, but you know the whole moon shtick she is going on, along with like
Yeah.
being suffocatingly boring. Doesn't the moon, like, the moon controls the tides, so maybe she can like
Yeah.
and get you out of this shit. I don't
Look
know.
at you! No wonder they made you a Lord of the Nine Hells.
Thanks.
You
I know.
Yeah.
Here's what I want.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was pretty valuable. I also think I've been giving you a lot of power without pretty much anything in return.
That's because you like me. You know?
Sure. So here's what I want.
Mm-hmm.
The little trinket you mentioned sounds very interesting and very powerful. And
I didn't. It's a rock, you know.
Okay.
Basically.
See, the thing is, I'm kind of in a fight with some of the other Lords of Hell. It's super boring. Don't get into it. But I think that itty bitty little stone could do me a lot of favors. So I want it. And I'm not asking. And if there's more, I want all of them. I will maybe give them back.
Dad, you know I hate it when, like, you take my stuff.
I know, but I am paying essentially your cell phone bill for the rest of time. So I think it'd be cool.
What the fuck's a cell phone?
Don't worry about it. It's too advanced for you. Listen, bring me the rocks, and maybe I'll give you something else in exchange for it. If you don't bring me the rocks, I'm cutting you off.
Oh, that's so... Ugh.
That's the deal, kiddo. Take it or leave it.
Okay.
All right.
Well, Saloon kinda needs them
I don't care.
to save the planet that I live on, though. So, like, if I give them to you, I will end up dying? So, like...
That does sound like it sucks. I want them, though.
Can I give them to you after?
No.
Ah.
What you can do is give them to me now, and I can pinky promise you I'll throw in a throne. I'm taking the other circles. They're going to be mine anyway, especially with those, like, shining little rocks. I'll give you a throne. What do you say?
You want me to be a Lord of Hell?
Oh, no. No. You'd be like...
Oh.
Like a Lord Junior. Like, you know how they have, like... You go to a tavern and there's a meal. And there's, like, a kid's meal. It's like... You get, like... I'll give you a little throne. Emphasis on little. It'll be cute, though.
How much? Well, like, how cute? Can you show me a picture of it?
He... I love this. Okay, so he, yeah, he walks over to the desk, whiskey still in hand, and opens one of the drawers, and he slides a piece of parchment towards you, and there's, like, a pretty well-rendered drawing of a throne. And it is very goth, very you. Probably got, like, a little classy sparkle to it.
Uh-huh.
Definitely surrounded by, like, bones and shit. Like, it's really metal, but also, like, aesthetic.
But is it, like, tacky, or is it, like, understated?
No, it's, like, understated. It's, like, we're talking, this is
Nice.
classy. Yeah.
Nice.
Mephisto's taste.
I do like it. But, like,
We're not even
This is gonna
halfway through the
throw-
first round of combat.
I know. And that's, I'm like, I don't want to not do this.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. She's just like, this is gonna throw a large wrench in, like, I made friends.
That's
You would, like,
sweet.
you would tolerate one of them.
I didn't know you could make friends, so I'm, like, actually kind of proud of you.
Thanks, Dad.
You're welcome.
So, like, what if I promise to get back to you when I'm out of combat?
Okay.
With...
I
Alright.
will be calling.
Sure.
Want the rocks.
Cool.
All right. And then he does he does a salute.
All right. I mean, if you want to, you have pretty big balls anyway, so you could just use those in the meantime. And she just sort of like exits.
You hear him choke on the whiskey and in your next blink, you're back in the room. And apparently something really hilarious just happened. Raven, like, for y'all, Raven never left. She just kind of, like, zoned out for a second.
Yeah, I was gonna say, in our time, that was just, like...
point, yeah, that was, like, pretty instant. Hey, Raven, I'm gonna count that as your action.
Yes,
Do you have any bonus actions that you would like to use?
Did I get my spell slot back from the dude?
You feel rejuvenated.
Yay. No.
Cool. Alright. Next up is Renori.
Yep, I'm gonna cast Blight at 4th level.
Oh shit.
It's a Constitution saving throw.
Oh shit.
If she fails, she still takes half damage, which it's 8d8.
Oh shit. Okay. Constitution. Ew. That's a 24.
Oof.
Oh, that's what. Okay, so it's gonna be half damage.
Okay, go ahead and roll it.
Because that's 10 whole more than she needed to pass. So, okay. Oh, okay. I mean, this is still gonna be nice. I have my calculator out.
All right, as you should. Period.
Math do be mathing.
Okay. So it's still gonna be. One moment. Okay, it's still. Well, we're frozen again.
Ursa's
Hold on.
face is marvelous at this moment.
Just hold on. Hold on. I'm still getting used to, like, I don't know
That's
why.
Okay, I need time to do math anyway.
Okay, I think I fixed it. I hope.
Okay, we're back.
I fixed it.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. That is 28 damage.
Okay. So
You're
Yes,
muted,
you're
Liz.
Anyway, so
Yeah, so that's 28 necrotic damage.
Okay. You mutter a few words under your breath, twitch of the fingers, and summon from within, very easily what you've been taught, the sort of shroud of life that surrounds every being around you, and you twist it into the dark energy that you're familiar with working with. And you send this sort of nebulous cloud towards the figure. And now, water doesn't really have life per se. So you, as this energy encompasses her form, nothing visibly happens, but you do see her take on an expression of anguish, and she starts to flail around. How much damage?
28.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna use my movement to kind of, like, stand in front of Casper, but not, like, half in front, what I'm saying? Like, just to be aligned with him because protective.
Yeah. Also, you actually do notice something visibly happen, because I forgot Blight does take moisture as well. You do notice, like, her form shrink just a little bit.
Okay, and then I'm gonna, like, look at Raven and be like, you went somewhere. So, what's up?
Oh,
And then, yeah.
got a spell slot.
Did you bring back anything helpful besides that?
Basically, we cannot kill her,
I knew that.
but we just need to get rid of the water. And then also not ever travel on the open sea ever again, but I'm gonna go back eventually and, like, get more details on that.
Are you sure that's all you know?
Yeah, that's like what he told me about Burley.
Hey, good to know.
Okay.
And that's my action.
not a lie.
That's true.
Anyway.
Next up is.
I mean, I was fishing for some other info, but yeah.
Next up,
Conveniently excluded information.
Yeah.
Tessa is up next, and Tessa is going to. I think Tessa's going to do something. Very eloquentless. I do think Tessa is going to do something. If in case you were wondering. Oh, I know what she's gonna do. She still has it. Okay. All right. So let's see. Hold on. I need to see if she's successful. Oh. You see Tessa plant her staff and do sort of that same motion that she did when she was restoring Tide, and also when she was restoring Raven. She's drawing on from something within her, and you see light emerge from her body and kind of pool into her hands, and she mutters a few words, but the light flickers and fades out, and she curses in Elvish. Hot. And that is her turn.
Mommy, sorry.
We
Mommy,
don't-
sorry.
You know
Is
what?
there anything
I
that
agree.
any of us would recognize that she did?
You can roll me Arcana and see.
Okay, I'll do that.
I'll do that too.
23.
Okay.
16.
Mm-hmm.
15.
All right. Raven.
24.
Okay. One more time, the numbers.
23.
23, 15,
16.
16, 24. Okay. I'm pointing at you on Discord, but I'm
It's
realizing it's not good. Okay,
Yep.
it's fine.
Nope. You're fine.
So, okay, so all of you are probably going to be able to get this piece. You don't recognize specifically what she's doing motion-wise, but you do recognize the sort of feeling, and just from what you're getting about her, whatever. Actually, Raven, you're going to recognize this. So speaking to Raven specifically, everybody else, I'll come back to you in a second. Raven, you do recognize that Tessa seems to, just from both the motions and the demeanor that she had when that failed, you don't think she's drawing on something from her. You think she's drawing on something from beyond her. Because it feels very much like when you try to put a call through to Dad and then Dad doesn't answer and you're like, shit.
Ooh.
Everybody else, you do, you recognize that Tessa seems to be like, whatever she's doing is very chancy, but also very powerful, and you don't know if that speaks to her or to what she's doing, or if that's summoned from somewhere, but you do know that that's, whatever that is, it's operating a high chance, high power.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So, yeah, with that, that's her turn. She's not gonna move either. Next up is Boomstick. She assessing what is before her and assessing what she can do. She isn't super qualified for what's in front of her. But she's still gonna give it her best anyway. No. She looks ahead of her.
No, she's not.
No, she looks ahead of her to the, this just towering form, and she goes to takes out a stick of dynamite, but she can't even get the spark going, like she's shaking. And that is her turn. Next up is Umberly. So, she's not happy. And she's going to, what's she gonna do? Lot of feelings in the building. I know you guys are frozen again. Just give me 1 second. Okay. She is going to. You see her like kind of hold her hands in front of her body, and from within her form, which actually does reduce her mass slightly as well, 9 spheres of water that are about the size of each of you, roughly, come floating out of her and in a circle. And then she thrusts out her hands and they go speeding towards you. I need everybody to make dexterity saving throws, please.
Great. I'm so good at that. Oh! 18.
Okay.
Nat 20 for 22.
Wow.
Faustus is fine.
Oh no.
27.
Okay. Raven,
Faustus
you
is
good?
broken.
Yeah, I got a nat 20 for 20.
Oh my god. Okay. All of you
Not the dabbing. Chris.
You gotta do it.
immediately
No.
just detracted from anyway. You all have this moment as you see them speeding towards you, look at each other, and each in your own way evade. These spheres come crashing into the ground around you like comets, and each of you are able to skid, slide, roll, jump, flip out of the way, however you choose to do it. And where these spheres make contact, there is the distinct sound of ice forming rapidly in cracks. And where the spheres have exploded, their frozen remains are staying behind. And you hear her growl in frustration. Next up is Tide.
So, is each round of combat roughly a minute?
Each 6 seconds, roughly.
Each round is 6 seconds.
Yeah.
Each round is 6 seconds?
Yeah,
So a 1 minute duration is 10 rounds.
yeah.
Beautiful. I'm gonna use Bless at the 4th level.
Ooh.
So that allows me to give everybody 1d4. So all 7 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so it allows me to give 3 plus each slot above 1st level. So I guess that's 3 more. So everybody but Tide will get an additional d4 die added to a attack roll or a saving throw.
Okay.
For up to a minute.
Cool. All right. So you all feel a gentle, warm presence sort of envelop you as Tide's blessing takes hold. Okay. Are you going to use any movement?
I don't. The room's not very big, is it?
It's about 120 feet in diameter. It's pretty large.
It's big.
Yeah.
It's big.
You all are sort
Yeah,
of concentrated in a clump here, and she's like here.
Yeah, I will do. Let me see. Can I do. What's max movement? 60 feet?
Your movement should be on your character sheet. You can double your movement with the dash action, but
30.
you've already taken an action this turn. So
Okay,
I don't think
so-
dash isn't a bonus.
I'll do. I'm gonna move. Now that I've blessed everybody, I'm gonna move 30 feet away,
Okay.
and then I'm also, as a bonus action, going to Misty Step, which is another 30 feet. So just kind of keep spreading out, kind of like along the circumference.
Oh, so you're going around the circle?
Yeah, I don't want to go towards her. I just want to like distance myself from everybody else
Okay.
so not all of us are getting attacked at once.
Understandable. Okay, so you're able to, you move the full 30 feet and then kind of at the end of it, when you sense you're running out of sort of time, easily enough, your next step envelops you in silvery mist, and you clear the next 30 feet with ease. All right, next up is, I believe that's top of order. Yeah.
Yep.
Back to the top. Okay. Casper. He is going to... Renori, make me a perception check, please.
Okay. 24. That was a natural 20.
Okay, cool. You look
Wait,
at
what
him.
is in the air tonight?
Success, I guess. So you do see, so that sort of aura that enveloped him when he took his first turn and he sent out the cold sort of vortex is still enveloping him. You see it flicker for a moment before coming back stronger, and he actually like coughs a little bit, and more of this mist sort of spews out of him, and so your perception is him noticing the cough, and that this is coming back stronger now, and he's going to reach out his hand because you're next to him. You also do see that necklace that hangs on his chest like pulses with light for a second, and a blast of crackling teal energy erupts from his hand and into her form. Let's roll damage. Okay, we do love damage. Hold on. Hold the phone. If only I knew where my dice were at all times.
Imagine.
Okay. Cute. And that is math. I will do the math in a second. You see this pulse of energy split into two different beams that curve away and then crash through her body, and the impact scatters more water from her, and her form again shrinks slightly. Next up is Faustus.
All right. Just a little of the old standard. Bonus action. Holds the dagger out, and the shadow coalesces back onto it again, and flings and throws another hell blast. That is a natural 20.
Oh! Pew, pew, pew.
So that's, well, my damage roll is subpar, but for the first two dice, we'll see. Terrible.
I mean, it hit.
I rolled 4d8 for the crit. 1, 1, 1, 2. So that's 10 damage, same as last round.
Cool.
F. You said 10?
Yes, 10 damage. 10
I'm so sorry.
That's 10 less than she had a round ago, so.
True.
Silver linings. I choose
Silver
to look
Linings
at them.
playbook.
Nice.
Oh.
More of
Sad.
those spikes crash into her, and while water isn't necessarily disturbed from her form with this attack, just due to the nature of the spike spears, you do know you're causing an effect. So I want to reassure you, because you're attacking her differently from everybody else. She kind of clutches at her head and like screws her face up in pain, as the spikes, like, actually you see some of the water around those wounds leach with like almost like black ink a little bit. Next up is Raven.
Can I just get where everybody is real quick again?
Renori and Casper are a little bit in front of you.
Where am I though?
Well,
In the center?
I'm getting there.
Okay, sorry.
So she's not quite against the wall, like, how do, hold Hold on. Usually I use a map for these things, but it's hard for me to do that.
Just say when.
Hold on. I'm not looking at. I'm not. Stop. Hold on. Okay.
I just don't want to accidentally hit anybody. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Well, I am in front of you, so
So,
And
like,
I-
no cone spells.
I'm squishy. I'm a
I
wizard.
would say move first and then.
Yeah, it's not like
Yeah.
Faust. It's not like Faustus. You can't just
Hold
drop
on.
a fireball and
Oh
run away.
god.
Oh.
So I wish I could. I don't know if it's gonna focus at all. Where that
Oh, am I
X
the
is?
X?
Yeah, you're the X.
Yeah.
Okay, and it is
Yeah.
60 feet, right?
Uh.
Or 120 feet. That's how.
Yeah,
big
you're
the
not
room is
quite
now?
like up against the wall. I'm just
Okay.
bad at conveying space. So yeah, you'd be able to hit her.
And then she's just like on the opposite wall.
Yeah, she's not up against the
Okay.
wall quite either. It's like you guys are more into the space.
Raven points, right? Well, she takes out her finger, right, into the shape of a gun, kisses it,
As you should.
points,
Mm-hmm.
right, to like directly in the center of like her water mass,
Okay.
and casts fireball again at the full 20 diameter.
All right. Go ahead and roll damage.
I have to roll dex. You have to roll a dex.
Oh,
saving
right.
throw.
That's right.
Yes.
Thank you, brain.
No problem.
No! Go ahead and roll damage.
Was it less than a 14?
It was a nut one.
Fantastic.
Phenomenal.
25.
Okay. Give me a second. Math. So she's still kind of reeling from Faustus engulfing her mind. And you take advantage of that distraction, and the spark gathers at the tip of your finger, and just encircling her, this just rushing ball of flame, and that is quite a bit. How much was it again?
25.
Thank you. There's steam hisses into the air at the contact, and you majorly disrupt her form. And now the thing is, her form is staying at the same size. When mass is coming off of the form, she's still like gargantuan. It's just like, there's a hole here now. This part's caved in. That kind of thing.
So there's just a massive hole in the middle.
Yeah, you've done quite a bit of damage. I'd like to think a chunk of her side is now missing. Like the water can't quite reform and knit back together there. Next, are you gonna do anything else with your turn?
If she does attack me, I can like react still, right? I don't have to like prepare a reaction.
Mhm.
Cool. Then no.
Next, Renori.
Magic missile at 4th level, which is 6 starts instantaneous. Rolling for damage now. Oh, wow. Okay, I have to do math. But I will say that there are a lot of 4s. So,
Oh,
8.
Not
12.
1, 1, 1, 2.
Okay. 8. Oh god! You made me lose my count! Okay. 8, 12.
12 total?
29.
29. I was about to say, Okay, give me 1 second. I gotta read something real quick.
What do you have to read?
Interesting. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Why are you reading that?
No, don't worry about it. It's fine.
You're scaring me.
Uh-huh. Anyway, so, oh, wait. Hold on. I am a professional streamer. I'm a professional.
I've seen worse from other people. You're fine.
I do be
I'm an
pro.
unprofessional streamer.
Numbers. What was it again?
29.
29.
Thank you. Okay.
Only 29, but I still need to reach my peak.
You
Okay.
gather that same crackling energy and release the darts, and they whip through the air, crash through her form before they like kind of hit the wall and dissipate. And you leave behind small holes as you they do. She's not looking too hot. And next up is, I wish I could count.
Tessa.
Tessa. Thank you. You'd think I'd remember the order. You'd be wrong.
No, I numbered it. I'm obnoxious.
No, that's not obnoxious. That's knowing the order of things.
I just like obsessively planning out my next move, so it's good to know where I'm at.
Yeah. Okay. Tessa's gonna try the thing she did again. One last time.
Patron
Don't forget
come
she
through.
has bless.
Oh, thank you. I did immediately forget. This sounds quite violent. And it's not really supposed to, but it'd be like that. Okay. Okay. Tessa, again, draws on that light from within her, and it pools in her hands into liquid form and drips down through her fingers and onto the ground. And she mutters something into this liquid and then clutches her fist. And you I love it when women, wow, you know, when women just do things. Anyway, so I have to double check a rule thing on this before I trip myself up. Hold on.
Who has these emotes? I got it.
It's Nikage.
Okay. Wow.
I love what just
Yeah.
a woman who would just kill me.
What's up, Liz?
I love it when women. So Tessa clutches her fist, and you see as the water begins to shudder, as the form falls apart, it is undone. And she's kind of like, Umberly's trying to like kind of catch this like spilling parts of her, and she's like crying out in rage. And then there's a faint like popping sound, and her form completely disintegrates.
Oh,
And
hell
the water comes slithering along the ground and up towards Tessa's fist, and it wraps itself around her arm in this swirling sort of gauntlet. She goes, "We do not have much time. I can't hold this for very long."
Okay, that's great, Tessa, but where's the thing we came here for?
Hold on. I don't. This probably isn't gonna work too well for her, but let's see. She closes her eyes, and she kind of like clenches her other fist as where it is by by her side, and the water wreathed around her arm flickers golden, and then she bellows out, "Where is it?" And you hear Umberly's voice, disjointed, warped, and so it's slightly echoey, coming from above, as if I'd ever tell you. And her voice is still kind of coming from all angles in this room, and she's like, "Look, you are very small and very irritating, and I promise I am going to tear you to shreds. I'm going to murder you very violently." Umberly's not very good with words, guys.
Yeah.
And Tessa makes like a motion with her hand, and you hear a distant cry of pain. And I have to check something real quick. Oh no.
Are you doing a saving throw?
Maybe.
You have plus.
It's not for her. So, hey Raven. Um, you hear a tiny cry of pain next to your ear. And yeah, you kind of look over and
Do you want to look over? Do
you,
I want to look over?
do you? It's right next to your ear, and you know who it belongs to.
Yeah, instinctively she wouldn't even think about it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
You turn, and Wesley's looking up at you with those big black eyes, and goes, something's really wrong. And he falls off of your shoulder. There is a loud crunch, and then another, and then another, as Wesley transforms before you.
Oh no.
The
I fucking
outside of his body crunches in different configurations and swells in others until you are looking at a huge crab, still, but much more aggressive looking and almost broken than Wesley was. And it sort of stumbles side to side, like its claws aren't quite in the right place. One eye stalk is larger than the other. And it looks down at you with a distorted voice. And, Raven, you hear a garbled, "I'm sorry."
Oh.
I'm sorry, let me do it. Trying not to cry. I do be doing this to myself. I'm sorry. And, Wesley has joined the initiative.
Okay.
I didn't form an emotional attachment.
Neither did I. So we're still in initiative? Same initiative?
Yes, you are. And I have to add him in, so hold on one second.
So if I wanted to, like, talk to someone...
That's a free action.
That's... Panicking is a free action.
Panicking is a free action, so is crying.
So, sort of, doing both of those things. Not really crying, but, like, crying out desperately in a panic. Renori is just gonna kind of be like, we're on this fool's errand for you, Saloon, and you better fucking show up. And then that's...
Okay.
Raven kind of like, when she hears that, she goes, oh yeah, you said to pray. Praying is a thing.
What was that, Raven?
What? I didn't realize I was using my outside voice. I'm so sorry. That was an inside thought. So I'd rather not share.
You're saying we need to pray. Not that that's something I'm into, because it's not, but
Well,
is that like a thing I should try?
The exact words were something along the lines of, if you insist on making boring friends, you might as well try contacting them, and that was in reference to Saloon.
Okay. Thanks. Noted.
Raven glances to Tessa and, like, goes back to, like, looking at Renori.
Can you ask me that one more time? I'm so sorry. Life things.
Ask you...
So basically, she reiterated the boring friends part in reference to Saloon. She says it out loud.
Oh.
Glances at Tessa and, like, quickly looks back at Renori.
Yeah. And Renori's just noting that, like, Raven said, you know, trying to pray to Saloon.
Praying to Tessa, so true.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, Mommy. Sorry. Mommy. Sorry.
I'll worship like a dog.
Go off, Jake. So, okay. Tessa looks very tired, and like she's also not doing too hot.
Yeah.
She, I mean, praying is always a good idea, but I can't. One of you has to try. Not with this.
Renori, like, thinks about it, and looks at everyone in the room, and considers what just happened to Wesley, and the sort of heartbreak, whatever, okay, I don't want to project, but whatever emotion registered on Raven's face, Renori will reflect on that upon what just happened to Wesley, and she'll even look at, like, how haggard, like, Tessa looks, and remember that Tessa healed her hand, and remember that with both, like, I don't like being dependent upon you, but also, like, that was a big deal. And she'll know that for sure as hell Raven and Faustus won't want to pray. Probably. I'll try. It's not something I've ever done before. But, can you do it wrong? I don't know.
No, if your intentions are right. Plus, you've encountered her already. I don't see why she wouldn't answer. Just try, please.
Okay. Do I get to try now, Jim?
We're gonna wait till your turn.
Okay.
We're gonna wait till your turn.
Yep.
So
I'm done.
first up, Casper. He looks back at Raven.
Wait, are we restarting initiative?
Yeah. You know what? Let's reroll initiative. Let's
Oh.
reroll.
No,
Let's reroll. I was gonna keep what we had, but
No, I meant we were like, Tessa just went, so it should have been
oh
Boomstick,
yeah, that's right.
and then me, and then
I
or whatever.
completely lost track because I added something in. Okay, it'd be like that. Yeah, it is Boomstick's turn. Boomstick will also still look back at Raven like, what?
It's like he was so little.
I know, and I don't really want to hurt him.
I know.
I'll do it.
Fuck you, Faustus.
Just look the other way. I'll take care of it.
You don't. Is dispel magic like too late?
You don't even have to have any of the crab cakes.
I am going to kill you.
Boomstick has to visibly smother a laugh at that. Cause she's got a lovely sense of humor. I mean, I don't know that, but I trust you, I'll wait.
Wait, so like the corporeal-ish like gel water mass is still a target available?
She's sort of like, no. She has like essentially melted, and Tessa is holding her form in these like swirling bands around her arm.
So it's just Wesley.
It's just Wesley in front of you right now.
What?
Tessa's doing an Avatar
Wesley.
Korra spirit bending thing. It's very cool. And I like it a lot. I'm into it.
That analogy makes more sense in my brain than okay.
At least that's like the vibes I'm getting.
Yeah, I did not think to make that comparison, but yeah, that's pretty accurate.
I love waterbending. I would 100% be a waterbender.
I love women
I've
who do
taken
magic, so yeah, me too.
Fair.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so
Where were we?
Boomstick. So that was Boomstick. Wow.
You ever just...
Poor people with ADHD. Play a campaign.
Oh, do you too, Chris? Are we all?
No.
Oh, okay, so it's 4 of us. I'm sorry, Chris.
Chris is resigned. No, I don't.
80% of a campaign has ADHD.
Waiting.
It's
Eddie.
fine.
Okay, so Boomstick can't do anything.
Boomstick, Raven, Boomstick is telling you she doesn't know how to do Dispel Magic, but she'll wait. But that's your call. She'll
My
like
call?
wait. Yeah, she like she was like
You put the idea in her head.
she's going to wait, but she's looking at you like, should I wait? Because I don't know how to do that, but I will wait for somebody who does.
So either Boomstick's gonna attack or hold.
Basically.
essentially.
Do you want to try to talk to him, Boomstick? You don't have to do nothing.
I mean,
Boomstick's not great with words.
This is
do
true.
you say that out loud?
Yes.
Hey,
Boomstick, come on.
I mean, you're right, but hey.
I'm just thinking in the best interest of the party.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
It's okay, Boomstick. Realistically, none of us are very good with words.
Okay, Faustus.
Thank
I'm
you.
great with words.
Thank you.
Tide.
As a GM,
You know,
Tide?
that
Tide.
conversation, bestie,
The
will have
whole-
to be
the whole
shelved
party.
for another day.
The whole party just goes, oh, Tide, all at once.
What?
Cross their arms, and then the screen
The
closes
canned
in.
laughter.
Next week on Stormborn's Curse.
So, Boomstick kind of
So what
raises her brows. When you say that, she's like, well, now I'm gonna talk to him. Like,
Boomstick, please.
No, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. And
I believe in you.
Thanks.
Renori just like grabs onto Casper's arm, like,
It's my help action for whatever might help next is I believe in you.
Okay. All right. So I guess hold on. Okay. So Boomstick faces Wesley's monstrous form. And he's kind of he seems like disoriented. Some of his legs have grown a bit too long and some not long enough. And he's kind of trying to find his balance in this new form. She looks up and she goes, hey, little guy, not little anymore. Listen, I'd like to believe you're still in there somewhere, because you were very small and kind of sweet. And I just don't think, I think it would really suck if you tried to kill us, because that's not who you showed us you were. And, he kind of, Raven, I believe in you. You're like, yeah. And that seemed to bolster her confidence a little bit. Wesley's eyes sweep over all of you, and his claws have, like, come up. But you see him hesitate. Next
Hell
up
yeah.
is... Next up is Wesley. Well, Wesley,
okay, bye.
not this.
Wesley is gonna kill Raven, isn't he?
Listen, so Wesley takes a few staggering steps forward, and he kind of slowly crouches on uneven legs, which kind of results in him falling forward a little bit because he doesn't really have a way to keep his balance, and his giant claw slams into the ground to kind of keep him from falling over entirely. In that garbled, still somewhat childlike voice, he goes, please, help. Help me, help. It hurts.
Oh.
But he does not make a move to harm you. Because I just normally I don't share what my rolls are unless they're really good or really bad, but that was a natural 20 against something that I can't say. And I just was like, oh, that combined boomstick raven power move. Anyway, Tide.
D&D. Magic happens sometimes.
Sometimes you have friends and they fix things. Dungeons and Dragons.
Friendship is magic.
Literally. Tide. Your turn.
Can I prepare an action but not use it?
You mean hold until your next turn?
I want to hold until. Well, I guess.
What do you
You can
want
take an action to hold until the trigger.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Sorry.
Mhm.
Yeah. So I was gonna hold until Wesley attacks, but because he's right before me anyway, I don't know if it's even worth doing that.
Mm.
I don't want to tell you what decisions to make as a player, but I will say that because he is in front of you, and this is your situation now. So in the moment as Tide, you are seeing Wesley is not attacking you for now. So whatever that may inspire, it's up to you. You definitely can if you want to, but you could also either choose like a different something else to spark your hold or change your mind entirely. It's up to you.
So from Tide's positioning, I think he's like behind, like facing the back of Wesley.
Yeah.
So what? Because Wesley's facing Raven.
Wesley's facing. So the party's here. Wesley's facing them, and you're kind of like.
And I'm behind.
Yeah.
So can you tell me what it looks like when he puts his claw down on the ground to steady himself?
Can you roll me an insight check, please?
I can.
He's like, I can, but do I want to?
14.
You see a giant claw as Wesley's body lurches forward, and you see his giant claw plunge into the ground in front of him, and you do not hear any cries of pain or anguish, but you also cannot see your party over his figure.
Okay. I am going to use frostbite on him.
Okay.
So it's a Constitution saving throw.
All right. What's your DC?
15.
Okay, so he passed. Is it half?
On a failed save, it just said so.
If it doesn't list
cast
an effect for a
Numbing
failed
Spell.
save, nothing happens.
It says on a failed save, a target takes 2d6 damage and has disadvantage
Okay.
on the next weapon attack. But it
So
doesn't say anything.
if it doesn't say anything else, like usually it'll say like on a success, they say calf or whatever. So if it doesn't say anything else, nothing happens.
Okay.
Mhm.
So you summon forth the frostbite, but it does not take hold on his form.
Okay.
Next up, we're back at the top of the order. So Casper, and he looks around at everybody like
Wait. Just be ready.
his hand goes to his sword.
What does that mean?
I'm gonna try something in a second.
Okay.
His hand goes to his sword. He makes a move to attack. Next up, Faustus. It's your turn.
Faustus just walks up behind the crab, drops the black blade of shadow out, and then just rests it against his shoulder and just looks at Renori and just waits. But he's ready that if what Renori tries doesn't work, this is going right through that shell.
And that's fine. That's fine.
All right. Next up is Renor. No, Raven. Sorry, Raven. It's your turn.
Raven looks at Wesley with this deep, like deeply apologetic, and it's just like, I'm sorry that I'm just sorry you're hurting.
Hold
Oh,
on. It looks like it takes some effort, but you do see from his shaking, misshapen form, you do hear him go, "It's not your fault."
I shouldn't have taken you from the tree.
No, it made me happy.
oh.
Raven, there's like tears forming at the corner of her eyes, just like pricking them.
Next up is Renori.
Yeah, so Renori is God. Renori is going to pause and this conversation is not going to be out loud. She's going to be saying this in her head, but she is going to, like, only because she's seen in her travels, like, people of, like, you know, other clerics and, like, religious circles, like, put their hands together.
Right.
She's gonna just, like, put her hands together because she's like, I think this is what you do. I don't really know. And in her head, she's going to, like, in the way that she knows how to reach out with arcane energy, she's going to, like, really channel into that and say, Saloon, we're here because of you. That's fine. I believe in the mission that we're doing. We're working to save people. And right now I'm watching a person I care about, Raven, grieve as a small creature that I don't particularly care about, but that she cares about, is in pain. And I know that you don't believe in the idea that things deserve to suffer. We're here for you, and you promised to be here for us. Show up.
It was a cute crab. How was I supposed to resist that?
You weren't.
No,
Because
you
I
weren't.
also, as a player, probably would have had the same exact reaction as you, so don't worry.
And remember, I'm blessed. I don't know if that matters.
That does not matter, but I thank you for reminding me. You, Renori, you call out, and you are heard.
Oh, okay, cool.
You
The
feel
face
it.
you made had me so ready for a fail. Okay, anyway.
You feel it intrinsically that you are heard. No response comes, but you feel it. And you look up and sort of around, like, okay, what's gonna happen? What are you actually doing? And you see Raven standing in front of Wesley, and the expression of, I imagine, horror and grief upon her face. You can't really see Tide around Wesley's form, but you know he's over there. You see Faustus waiting. You see Casper waiting. You see Boomstick waiting. You see Tessa hunched over, kind of clutching her arm as this water encircles. And you wait. And there's another sound of rushing water, but it's much more distinct than the sound that had followed that woman's voice. And you watch as the water that's coiled around Tessa's arm floats very gently in a thin line, and then kind of like forms a circle in front of you on the ground. That circle turns pure silver, and out of it rises a rock. And perched on that rock, the rock kind of has like, it curves up here. Perched in that rock is the gem. You see half of a blue stone. It distinctly looks broken, but it is sitting there. And you do, Renori, hear Saloon's voice.
Do
of a
I
woman for a moment.
only I hear it?
Only you. Please take it. And I can't do much else for a very long time, but I'm here. This is the best I can do.
Renori grabs it, like moves to grab it immediately when she hears Saloon say that.
Okay.
Oh shit.
Are you're just gonna grab it, right?
Yeah, I'm just grabbing it.
Okay, everybody else, you see this happen, by the way. You just don't hear the voice that comes along with it. Renori, I need you to make me a wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh, I'm good at those.
With
Bless.
With bless.
Oh, with bless. Hell yeah. Oh, shit. Okay, wait. Oh, shit. Okay. Wait, math. 25.
Okay. Renori, religion is complicated, often very messy from where you came from.
Yeah.
But there is so much. Look, there's a lot that you wrestle with that, but there is a certain strength that comes with the certainty of being told, I have you. And you reach out with full confidence and you take the stone in your grasp. Immediately you feel like the world shifts beneath you. Almost as if you're stepping out onto literal open sea. A power and energy and this dark, almost rage rushes through you, and you, bolstered and blessed, fight it back.
Mm-hmm.
And in your grasp is a gem. However, Tessa cries out in pain. And as she does, where that rock sort of materialized, it just drops back into the ground and that water vanishes. There is a rumbling and water starting to slide back to the other side of the room, and you can see, like, almost like a 3D printer, Umberlee's form is very slowly starting to reform. But you do you can add the gem to your inventory. You have it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. It's a blue gem. Is that what I'm putting?
Yeah, it's like navy
gem?
blue.
It's like half, or is it like?
It looks
full...
distinctly like broken. Like when you remember the size of the other one, once all of your shards had combined, this looks like half of its size. Like, and it has a jagged edge to it.
Okay.
After Renori, because Wesley is still in front of you, and still in the same form. After Renori is Tessa. She does not really have the ability to do anything right now. Next up is Boomstick, who is still like, what do I do? What do I...
Hack her, please.
I can do that.
Yeah, that I feel like she. Yeah.
I love it when women. Boomstick backs up a little bit, kind of eyes it out, takes another stick of dynamite, and you see her kind of like she flicks her hands like down her pants, and there's a spark gathered between her fingers. She lights the stick and chucks it, and in a perfect twirling arc, because that's a nat 20, baby, the stick of dynamite lands in the middle of the re-emerging form and explodes and sends the water flying back out. And it seems to slow the reforming a bit. Alright, next up after Boomstick is Wesley.
Here it is.
You hear an echoey cry of pain, and his form shudders again, He goes, I can't keep fighting this. Please, somebody do something. Please. But he makes a move to attack you. Next up is Tide.
Dear GM.
Yes, Tide. Oh wait, hold on. No wait, I unplugged my headphones. Hold on. Don't say words. Hold on. It's fine. It's fine. Shh. Okay. Continue.
So Boomstick throws the dynamite and
Correct.
spreads water out.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes. I feel like I'm in a courtroom. Yes.
I would like to destroy water,
Oh, okay.
which I can destroy up to 10 gallons of water.
Hello?
Okay. That's not gonna be the entirety of this form because she was like gargantuan, so even in these early re-emerging stages it's not.
I'll take it.
But you can still take a good chunk of it out if you want.
Okay. Yeah, I want to do that.
Okay. Damn. Okay, I see you flexing, Druid. I see you.
Wait, hang on.
Yeah.
I can actually cast it at a 3rd level and do 20 gallons.
Okay.
So I would like to do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
But even like the combat, the way that happened was like actually so in character. Just
So like
so quintessentially how Tide would process that in his head of like, oh yeah, I could do this. Oh wait,
I could do
this
it better.
Yes.
Yeah.
Tide.
can
So
do it better.
you mutter the incantation, and you take a few grains of sand between your fingers, and you go to do like the motion to complete the spell, and you're like, and then you take a few more grains of sand between your fingers, and then you complete the spell with the accompanying hand motion. And there is. I don't really think. I'd like to think it doesn't make a sound. The water just evaporates.
Yeah.
And you hear like a distant sort of garbled like scream of rage from her again, but you have reduced the reemerging form. You know what? Go ahead and roll me a d10.
Oh.
I'm gonna let that do damage.
Is that this one? Yeah.
The one with 10 sides.
I have to do the same thing. I have to be like 1, 2.
Well, a
What's
D10,
the biggest number?
A D10 doesn't have a 10 on it. That's a 0.
It's a 0.
I'm a 6.
Okay. All right. Next up, after Tide, we're back at the top of the order with Casper. There's nothing really else for him to target at, so he's still like, I'm waiting, but he's getting visibly a little bit more nervous about it, especially with the way Wesley just reacted. Faustus.
Yeah, I'm gonna attack him.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
What
I don't think that, at this point we've gone through a full round of nobody being able to do anything to fix him. So like, he's gonna eventually start attacking, and Raven's standing right in front of him. Don't let that go.
Okay.
That is not great. Wow. That's only an 11 to hit.
Did you add
Ooh.
blast?
I didn't add bless.
Go ahead and add your bless.
That is a 12 to hit.
That is a 14 to hit.
Okay. Hold on. I lost my notes. 1 second. Okay. What was it again?
14?
You rear back. Are you using the Shadow Blade still? You rear back the blade to plunge it through the shell. And it splinters the outer shell but does not pass through.
Okay.
And you hear a sort of disjointed cry of pain from Wesley. Next up is Raven.
Raven. Ugh. What is she gonna do? Raven is going to. Would I be able to hit Umberly without hitting Wesley in front of me?
There's not much of her to aim at right now because bits of her form have been removed. Like, she isn't fully reformed. So I'm gonna say no, not unless you move.
Mm-hmm. If I move the full 30 feet, will I be able to?
If you move 30 feet to one side, yeah.
Okay. She does that and readies, she kind of, because she has two beams available, she like doubles.
Nice, the finger guns.
With her fingers. And casts Eldritch Blast, out of both of her hands.
Alright.
And I have to roll for it. Will a 21 hit?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. One of them will do 7 points of damage, and the other will do 12. So altogether, it's like 19.
Oh, thank you.
No problem.
Fear of math, just...
Math is mathing.
One second. I need to come up with a better system for this now that I know everything shuts down when I look at my notes. Okay. There's not much left of her. She's like trying to reform against what has been destroyed. Like, it's a continuous, it keeps coming up as it's being destroyed, but it's slower and slower now. There's like a bit of torso and like some elbow happening, and you're able to lock aim on that, and you blast these large holes into that form, and what water is there crashes back into itself to create the little chunk of torso, and then it starts rising again to try and reform. Next up is Renoi. You're muted.
Oh, I never mute. How did that happen? So using my Drow High Magic feat, I can cast Dispel Magic at 3rd level once per long rest.
Okay.
So I'm gonna turn on Wesley. Now, this gem, can it do anything for me? Do I get that vibe?
You do get that vibe.
So can I like use that to enhance my Dispel Magic, maybe?
Maybe. Do you want to try?
I do, yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a wisdom saving throw.
A wisdom saving throw?
Yes.
And I get bless. Okay. Okay. I can't do math. And then I do. Okay. That is 21.
Okay. The gem in your hand, has been kind of thrumming with power since you picked it up.
Mm-hmm.
And you metaphorically plunge into what it has to offer, and you are immediately assaulted by whispers and what almost feels like grasping hands at your spirit. But you, concentrated on your task, are able to fend them off with ease. And you're trying to enhance your Dispel Magic to what end?
To hopefully, like, make Wesley not a giant monster anymore.
Roll me... What's your spellcast ability?
It's +3.
No, like, do you cast out a wisdom, or you're a wizard, so intelligence. Never mind. Right? Your intelligence? Because you're a wizard.
Am I intelligent?
You're a wizard, right?
Yes.
You're a wizard.
Yeah.
It's
Intelligence.
intelligence.
I am.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a wizard.
I end up thinking you're a warlock all the time because of the death thing, and I'm like, no, not right.
No, I'm just a wizard obsessed with it, yeah.
You'd be a bookworm. Okay, so you go ahead and make me an ability check, an intelligence check. Just plain intelligence.
Yeah.
Actually do it with advantage.
Oh, okay.
And you do still get your bless, so.
Oh! So do I add a bless to whichever one is better, right?
Yeah. The final one.
Okay. Oh, I'm so bad at math. 25.
Okay. You call upon this power, and looking at Wesley, you don't know what's affecting him. You can't tell. It's just something bad. You get bad vibes.
Bad vibes!
It does not pass the vibe check. However, with the stone in hand, you do notice something distinct. There's like, you can't quite put a finger to how to describe it in material or words, but there's almost like an aura surrounding Wesley that the stone is responding to. And as you dispel what is holding him, you notice that aura is peeled away before you dispel the magic. Like, you feel it dissipate before you do that. You all see Renori is concentrating, and then there's more cracking, and Wesley's form begins to recede. Horrible crunching. Definitely some cries of anguish. And you see, after some folding and some screaming, Wesley's form in front of you, and he doesn't look like he's moving.
Oh my god.
Hey, I did what I could do.
But he is back to he's back to his original size.
Is he alive? Can any of us tell?
He's not moving from what you can see, but you can check.
Okay, I'll wait for my turn if it comes.
Yeah, I'm done, so.
Yeah, so with Renori being done, next up it is Tessa. Oh. Okay. Seeing Wesley crunch like that, she stumbles forward and kneels in front of him, and she kind of does like the pulse thing, which would not work on a crab, but I like the mental image. My god. She turns back to all of you, and with a sigh of relief, gives you a thumbs up. Wesley is alive.
Raven lets go of a breath that she was
Renori
holding.
also visibly goes, like, under her breath, thank God I didn't kill him.
You did not kill the crab, no. Next up is Boomstick. She's going to take another stick of dynamite and
Throw it on Wesley.
no.
Gotta get him while he's vulnerable.
Oh my.
Why are you like this?
He could
that
come back
is-
as a giant crab and bite us again.
Listen, Jake is usually the GM, so they have to cause chaos to whatever GM they're a player for.
I can't blame you for that. I'm the same way.
I
Boomstick.
seriously consider. I probably will donate to the Chaos Bar just to make more chaos happen.
You could. It's up to you. I can't stop you from doing that. I would love to, but I can't.
I sure would love to.
Boomstick chucks another stick of dynamite, and it falls over to where that form is knitting back together again, and explodes again, and more water goes flying, and you keep hearing these like growls and screams of frustration from Umberlee's distant voice. And that's gonna do... Where did I put my dice? Where did I put my dice? Where did I put them? Why do I keep putting things away? I am Boo Boo the Fool. Okay. And next up
In the
after...
end, aren't we all boo boo fool?
So true. That's really deep, actually.
What if we were Boo Boo's the fools all along?
What if I was Boo Boo
What if
and
Boo
you were
Boo
the
the
fool?
Fool? What if Boo Boo the Fool was the friends we made along the way?
So deep, so true.
Am I the only one here who doesn't know what in the hell
Yes.
we're talking about? All right.
Apparently, yeah.
Um,
Now I have to use Google.
Google
next,
exists.
Next up is Tide.
Oh, I have a meme reaction for this, and I'm just gonna send it to the general.
Oh, it's reference to Boo Boo the Bear from Yogi Bear.
Tide.
Sure.
I have 2 questions.
Questions.
First question is, now that Wesley, I wrote Henry, and I don't know why, but Wesley.
Todd
Yeah.
would think that Wesley's name was Henry.
So now that Wesley has returned to his tiny state, is there anything around him that suggests what caused this?
Roll me an investigation check.
I didn't know that was coming.
Love Boo Boo the Fool. I'm gonna use this all the time now. This is wonderful.
Okay. 21.
You do... You don't notice anything physically about the environment, but thinking back very quickly over what has been happening, you do notice that, well, not notice, but realize that what happened to Wesley was definitely... It was instigated. Like, it wasn't just he stepped on something and like something actively did that to him, and because you don't see anything in the room, you're not quite sure what it is, but you do know it was like something was done to him at that moment specifically.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wanted to see if there was something specifically in the room, so that's fine. Second question, how many gallons we got left on our dear friend, I just wrote evil for her, so I don't know what her name
Umberly.
is.
I just wrote evil. It's great.
Yeah.
To be fair, in the initiative order, I wrote down evil.
Yeah, that's
Oh.
what I was saying.
Very good. Very good.
A little more than 10 gallons.
Perfect, because I want to do destroy water
Again. Okay.
at a 3rd level spot, which can eliminate up to 20 gallons.
Okay. Can you roll me a d10, please? And then let that do damage.
Yeah, I can. That's this one. 6.
Okay. You do notice that more water starts to reform again, but it is getting less and less with each. Each time you destroy more water, it's like she's coming back still, but like slower, and in less strength. And she hasn't really gotten to fully reform yet. It's just kind of been like this one little chunk. Yeah. Next, top of the order, Casper.
What in the pigeon?
I can make noises. I know.
Kristen do be voice acting.
It was like a gargled pigeon, a drowning pigeon
It really was. And as someone,
who
I
lives
don't know
in
what a drowning pigeon sounds like.
I don't want to
New
know.
I've
Yorker.
heard a lot of weird pigeon noises.
I would imagine that that's, what's vibing right now. Anyway.
Okay, so this is cool. That fog returns to Casper's body, in full force, and you see him. Is he gonna be like overly dramatic or just dramatic?
I'm
Let's
gonna
see.
keep that comment to myself.
Yep. Whatever you're gonna say, just put it back. Put it back in the box. He'll just be dramatic. We can be normal once.
So he does want to get laid. Okay.
Nice. So he extends out a hand again, and
Maya.
I don't know what Maya said, but I'm sure it's very
Maya's
cursed.
just yelling at me, that's all.
Good.
And I'm just asking to be left alone.
Well, Maya, listen, we're all on the same train of thought, mostly. So, it's fine. Just accept it. Casper reaches out with his hand again, and he kind of smirks a little bit and snaps, and that fog rushes up his arm and dissipates at the snap. And 2 eldritch blasts, basically, somewhat, zip out of his arm and down into the reforming mass and scatter the remaining water, and they do so with such intensity, the water just does not return. Congrats, you did it.
Renori is going to grab Casper and kiss him if he consents.
He does consent.
Okay.
Oh. You kiss him, and he kind of is caught off guard a little bit, but he melts into it quite easily.
With permission.
With permission. I'm gonna...
That is how I'm reading that emote from the rest of the time.
With permission.
I'm gonna kind of wrap us up a little bit. Nice little spot for next week. So, you, having defeated Umberly's form, you do hear her voice rush in angrily with the waves. And she goes, I am going to find you. And I am going to drag you to the darkest, coldest corner of the bottom of the sea. And I am going to leave you there to suffocate for the rest of eternity. And she starts, like, going on with this threat, but, and, like, there's almost like a hold tone. And then you hear Saloon's voice. It's just like, just don't sail in storms. You'll be fine. Don't tell her I said anything. And then the threat.
But, like, is it one of the things, like, we're the boat that's in the forever storm?
You don't get.
Tide being such a troll, but I can breathe underwater. Go ahead, drag me to the bottom. I'll just breathe down there.
Well, Tide will just cast it on all of us anyway, so...
Mommy?
Yay.
Mommy? Sorry. Mommy?
I handcuff myself to Tide so that if we get dragged to the bottom, he can cast water breathing on me.
I also
We're just okay.
have water breathing. Anyway.
That's not where I thought that sentence was going. Anyway, so you don't get a response, Raven. But Umberly's voice fades back in, and it seems like she said all of her threat while Saloon was talking. She's just like, you just catch like the tail and quiver before me. Because next time you're on the water, I will find you. You
In a sexy
insolent
way?
little worms. What? Huh? I'm sorry, did you just say in a sexy way? Are you kidding me?
In a sexy way?
What do you, no. And I'm gonna kill you, way.
We're gonna probably do this dance a few times because I bet you thought you were gonna kill us just now and you didn't. So maybe next time we can throw some more innuendos your way. We'll teach you how this works. This is gonna be a thing for us, I think.
I never want to see you again, ever.
Well,
Unless
you
it's
just
to kill
said
you.
You were gonna...
It's gonna be hard to drag me down to the bottom of the sea if you don't see me. I'm really.
Just shut up.
But
It'll
like,
be
what
hard.
if I want to see you? Like, what's your number, girl? Let me shout at you.
Like
Can
C,
you roll
like
me,
SEE
can
or
you roll me a charisma-
SEA?
Can you roll me a charisma check, Raven?
Me?
Yeah.
Yay! Yay!
Oh, that's odd.
She could be my mom.
Hey, God's got needs.
No.
Wait, what did Tide say?
Tide, bestie. I promise she's
My
not.
mom?
I promise she's not. Stop thinking about it. I promise she's not. Not the math. I want to know what he's adding up right now.
He doesn't know
My-
either.
Raven,
Did
what'd you
my
get?
He
dad-
doesn't know either.
Did my dad boink the
Oh,
sea con-
The bitch queen.
The C. Yeah. Raven, what'd you get?
You ever have sex with the sea?
How do you think water genasi
I mean-
are formed?
Aphrodite did spawn
Yeah, that's-
from
that
the
is
sea
correct.
foam that came
We do-
from.
Poseidon's
Yeah.
load, correct.
No, that is not
Anyway.
how that happened.
Anyway.
Believe it.
Anyway.
Okay.
I think it would be. Oh wow! I almost want to just unplug my computer right there. Raven, you do. So she so kind of goes like into stunned silence at all of your audacity. And then she just kind of huffs. She goes, maybe I'll keep the tiefling. She's entertaining. And then you hear the rushing exit of Tide as her voice fades out into silence.
I don't think that that's a compliment because she collects things in a derogatory way.
Yeah, I didn't think that was gonna work. I was just trying to dumbass my way out of.
I mean,
I was
you
just trying to
dumbass.
annoy her. I was just trying to annoy her so she wouldn't want to go after us. You know what I mean? That was my.
Well,
train of-
now she wants to keep you, so that backfired.
I really don't want my friend and my mom to be dating.
What?
Hyde, I don't think that's your mom.
Renori, Tessa limps up to you.
Oh.
And the stone, please.
Oh, you want me to give this to you? Yeah, I guess that's the point.
That
And
is
Renori
the
will
point.
think about it, think about it, and then
Her
hand it over.
fingers curl around it and she takes it. Thank you. Yeah. And she
it's only half, so
I know.
I don't know what that means.
I have a feeling I know where we'll find the other half. And it would be in that store.
Oh. What?
Mm-hmm.
Nah. What?
Mm-hmm. And
Well,
Tessa's like,
We've
kind
got
of-
a few other places to go first, right?
we do.
I mean, robbing a store is not that hard.
Storm.
I've
Storm.
heard. Oh, I thought you said
Storm.
store.
No.
It was in a store. Like,
I
that's
also
what
heard
Sarah thought
store.
too, because she said
Yeah.
bullseye. That's what I thought.
No.
I thought you said it was in the
So
store.
sorry. Half of
So
us
confused.
were completely on the
So
wrong.
And on that note,
I love that we all got on the wrong page together, though. Wasn't that fun?
No, I heard
No.
Storm.
no, it was
I
just
heard
Rick and I
y'all.
got on the wrong page together then.
Just
Fine.
you.
It was 50-50, right and wrong pages.
And the right one was tied? What world does this one fit?
It's because we've passed our time, so now everything's
Yeah.
backwards. Like I'm gonna start being able to do math soon. Like it's getting bad, guys. Thank you everybody for being here, my wonderful party. As
Yeah,
always, you
thank
guys are a
you,
treat. I love you so
Thank you.
much.
Thank you.
This is genuinely one of my favorite areas to build. We're gonna talk about it soon on the fan house because I am shamelessly plugging my stuff. Fan house, dropping the price soon. Stormborn use code Stormborn for your first month free.
Yeah, fuck this.
And I'm not looking at chat, and I'm just gonna be at peace with that. If you would like to ever contribute to the Chaos Bar when we are live, you can do so using !tip. My Ko-Fi is also on my Twitter, and the button for my Twitter should be on the Twitch. We're doing connections. So yeah, that if you ever donate to the Chaos Bar, I will pull a random, chaotic, crazy, fun, cool, quirky event out of nowhere to surprise and shock my party who has no idea what's up my sleeve. And as always,
It'll be chaos, not like other girls.
exactly whatever words just that Sarah just said. So
Do you not? Okay. never
I
mind.
no, I get it. I get it.
Oh no, I get it.
I get it.
Just none of you found it amusing. Cool. All right, I'm just gonna go.
Thank you guys so much as always, and we will see you next week. I have a few more streams that are going to be happening next week, and we'll talk about them on the Twitter. So yeah, thank you. I'm gonna go to bed.
I
Thanks, everyone.
stream.
Bye,
Bye,
y'all.
guys.